23. Don't need to thank me. I know I'm right. No? Well, you're thinking of it now. I have some spinners, so I guess I can... Wait, where's the pawn shop? We're here. We're looking for... pawn shop. Where the hell's the pawn shop? South of the plaza. Ah. Hold on, did the throw not work? Or was I just not paying attention? It did? Oh, okay. Well, we can investigate later. We need to go to the pawn shop and pawn these spinners. Ah, pawn shop. What's this? Okay.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm interrupting.
Oh no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately, RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored.
Hey, that's me, I'm terminally bored.
As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
I may have something to add to your collection.
It keeps me entertained.
He's well composed, but underneath it you sense psychedelic processes bubbling. Some kind of drug, maybe. Entertained.
Are you high?
He might be high. If he is, on what?
What are you high on?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Huh. This just makes it really warm in here.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
Chill out, man. I'm a chill out cop who just wants some of what you're having. I mean to offend you. Drop the subject. I don't want drugs.
I'm not offended, officer.
How am I doing? I'm doing fine. What do I like to sell?
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Ah,
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them.
I
The
feel
spinners
bad.
appear
We
in
had
the
to make
dancing light
fucking...
of his pawn shop.
We had to make Kim sell his hubcaps.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesk banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thanks, Roy.
Thank you.
How am I doing? I'm doing good. I woke
Here's
up
the
a little
70
late.
real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I'll check my pockets.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
I don't think any of these are particularly useful. The shot football, but nah.
Another time, perhaps.
Like, I just wanna talking to women. I don't talk to women on like normal days. Guard, you shithead, I have the money for your damages, you cunt. I mean, if I'm not allowed to talk to women, I guess I'm not allowed to talk to Gert. He acts like a fucking woman.
Can I help you?
Got the money I owe.
Yes. Have you got it?
I have your money.
Well?
Here, sorry for the trouble.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
I see.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
Oh,
I'll
great.
take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Another thing you
Another
can
thing. Great.
Hey, no,
I
no,
love...
no.
Yes?
Goodbye. If I remember correctly, I do need to talk to one of these nerds. They usually only show up at night, so... Wait, no, hold on. Union boss, the union box. Will eventually show up. Alright, now. Sleeping time. Upstairs. What is the end of the day debrief? Facing the RCM journey in the whirling ranks back me after 2200 when you're calling it a day. Well, it is 2200.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Good night, Lieutenant.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Oh yeah, that's right. The balcony is up there. Okay, good. We're good. We're
The
fine.
air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
Didn't know you smoked,
I
kid.
have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Cigarette's a great idea. Think gonna have one too.
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night.
How'd you get so cool, kid?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Damn.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit below it all.
Right then, the debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today went?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on.
I think our inspection was very thorough.
Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
I was inspired by your confidence in me, kid.
I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on the victim. We found some things we can really work with. Moreover, you found that the hanged man wasn't just hanged, he was also shot. That was some excellent detective work.
Oh yeah.
And you managed to locate and pull out the bullet, so we can get ballistics, make off the gun. All this is invaluable.
I mean, it was the least I could do given all my past mistakes.
The rest is up to the boys in processing. Maybe they will surprise us by doing their job for once.
Breaking drunk amnesiac with schizophrenia. I know. He's so understanding. Get yourself a friend like him.
There's still work to be done at the crime scene, however. We mustn't forget that. Now for the interviews.
The initial interviews. We talked to some people.
Not always the right people, I'm afraid. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So
Yeah.
that's on the to-do list for tomorrow.
This is my scrungly.
We didn't talk to the Wild Pines.
I think it's the other way around.
We must do that tomorrow.
We looked at Cam and went, yes, this one. Yeah, we gotta find the Wild Pines.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't know why I do the things I do, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I don't like to waste time, you know? My mind moves fast, the rest has to try to keep up.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange.
A compliment? What are our powers exactly, the RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM.
What else?
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
But I can be sure the rearrest will show up.
You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
I see, and if someone resists?
As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Right, so if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs
Internal
handles
Affairs.
these cases thoroughly,
Oh,
by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to the people we convict?
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Couron and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
Who makes all these
The
rules?
coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens of Revachol.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
The moral intern, what is it?
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I really don't know. That's how bad it is in here.
Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they believe in?
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
What's their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
Who was Dolores Day?
A historic figure? the author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
What do you think of them?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
I have an opinion on the moral intern.
Do you?
Things are bad out there, and we need the mayor giving us the right to police Rabbit Shoal.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
I mean, maybe we should make our own law.
Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string, from east to west, as
It's
Rabbit
raining.
commutes back
But at least
to
we're
the
underneath an awning.
suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over.
Say nothing, just look into the
The
night.
dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Why are they like this?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks.
And in Jamrock and the GRIH.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thanks for this, kid.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
We got a skill point. But what are we gonna put it in? Do we want to put it into composure? We could also put it into our thought cabinet and gain a way and gain another couple thoughts. Because normally we only have these three. I put a point in so that we can get magnesium-based life forms so that we won't die. But alternatively, skill points. What do you think, Chad? Thought cabinet, or put it into one of these skill points? Our authority is at -1. Amazing. Right, it's because we're holding the ledger of failure and hatred. That's true. Wait, do we have 2 skill points? Wait, we have 2 skill points. Hold on, we can do both. Put one in authority. I'm thinking either authority or composure. Shivers has helped us. But composure keeps us from breaking down. Do we want to shore up weaknesses or embiggen our strengths. What is rhetoric? Practice rigorous intellectual discourse. Rhetoric urges you to debate, make an intellectual discourse, nitpick and win. It enables you to break down arguments and hear what people are really saying. And spot fallacies as soon as they're used. What exactly did the waiter leave out of their testimony? What was the thing that's trying to divert you from? Was that double entendre intended to just get an accidental lead? At high levels, rhetoric will make an impressive political beast. One whose beliefs are impenetrable, which is to say, one whose mind will not change. One who will calcify. With low rhetoric, though, you'll have a hard time shooting down any argument. Nailing people to their testimonies will be nigh impossible. I'll go with composure. Good night, Lieutenant Kim. See you in the morning. My window's still broken.
The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. You see some lights shimmering outside, but it's...
Ha! Was this where I was sleeping? Oh yeah, that's right. I need to take a bath. What's that?
This is not the cleanest bathtub in the world, but it's cleaner than you are right now. Ah, that soap scum smell. It smells like life, at least compared to you.
Run myself a
The
bath.
bathtub slowly fills with water. The water beckons.
Undress, close eyes,
The water
submerge.
is only lukewarm, but still comforting. Like amniotic fluid. A few beer cans are rubbing up and down along your flanks, like sad duckies.
I'm taking the cans out.
Now you are alone with your thoughts in the tub. But it's easier than being alone with your thoughts outside the tub. They're not even really thoughts, just assorted sensations. None of them acute enough to focus on.
Oh yeah, I wanted to internalize all red checks fail for 4 hours. But I feel like this would get us something really good. For losing all red checks for 4 hours. I hope so. Linger the tub.
Your fingers grow pale and are covered with tiny whirls as the water cools. What are you doing? You're not some fat fish in a fucking aquarium. Time to get moving.
Yeah.
The waterline recedes as you stand. You are cold now. Your clothes stick to your still moist skin.
Well, at least we took a bath. Put the clothes in the trash. Wild Pines, Union Boss. Where the fuck is the Wild Pines rep? Were we told about that? The armor. Doom commercial area. Oh yeah, we gotta go back to Pleasance. We also have to track down our badge. Victim's tattoos. I know who to ask about the tattoos next day. Who made the call? Sing karaoke. Oh yeah, we can perform an advanced analysis with hand-eye coordination on... this thing.
The bullet is still safely sealed away in a
97,
plastic bag
very hard.
bearing the RCM stamp. A rifle, Revolutionary period. Your bullet looks to be an old 4.46 millimeter from the surplus left over from the turn of the century.
Wait, hold on.
Probably
Was that really...
Or
Do you mean the rifle we have?
The 4.46 caliber was widely used with the Belmargrave rifle, a
Is it the one we
Revacholian
have?
manufacture. The BM dominated the battlefields of the Insulindian theater of the anti-centennial revolution 50 years ago. Incidentally, you have just such a rifle with you. The dusty old thing you found hidden in the basement below the commercial area. It's unusable, sadly. If it were, the bullet would probably fit the chamber.
If only we were lucky. Is anyone still making these?
No, but Zeliger, a major firearm manufacturer, ended up with a surplus after the war. So there are still a lot of these old military rifles floating around, usually broken. The quality was appalling.
We just Belmargrave rifles these days.
Antiques enthusiasts, guerrilla fighters in distant countries, a few lucky jamrock bangers. You're looking for the same thing you found in that hidden weapons cache, only in working order. Back at the station, the lieutenant is standing at a counter, diligently filling out paperwork to hand over to a tired records clerk. You should share your findings with him as soon as possible.
I will. But tomorrow. Yeah, we still need our policeman cloak. What's going on with our mirror? We have a
A
white
mirror
chick here.
hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Tool not in hand. Heard about the band? Oh. Let the mirror be for now. Inventory. Chain cutters.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face,
Chet,
adorned
can you
with
shore
the
up
expression.
my interfacing? Please. Just a little bit. Just a smidge. Just bump it up a little bit. Interfacing. Motorics. If it's yellow, it's motorics. If it's like blue, it's intellect. Sorry, if it's cyan, it's intellect. You lowered my motorics?
It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. Forget about ostentatious orchestrations. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So I adopted it. Why?
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you.
And only the
Maybe it
grimace.
did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains.
I feel the need to add a clicking sound when I make it.
The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because unlike Guillaume le Million, you are a police officer. It's your nifty little way to say, I'm armed and dangerous.
Oh, here goes the news.
There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression, looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
Anything else? Like who I am? Why did I become a cop? Why did I drink myself into oblivion?
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, however, remains in the dark. It may never return. You should prepare yourself for that.
Does that have anything to do with ostentatious orchestration?
Not really. OO must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway.
Guess that's it then.
It doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
Alright. Interfacing. Motorics. Motorics. I need it boofed. Boof my motorics. I believe in you. I don't want to break the faucet.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber.
God damn it. I'll let the mirror be for now. How did I fuck it up? How did I do that? Ah. I also have a new white thing. Bought a terrible bed.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Oh, this is a bed.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
We're all in.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes.
It's terrible.
And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come.
Why?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Like the pillow.
Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat. And grease.
Check the blanket.
It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Intimate and warm. Breathing. A bit tense in the muscles. Relax.
Roll over the
It's a
other
little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Who killed him? Who?
Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing brain waves.
No more thoughts. Fall asleep
Your
now.
breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Dreams. Oh. That was in my hand. Ah, the chain cutters. Did I just leave those in my hand? Hey.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
What is this?
What it says on the can, Harry. Answer the question.
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to die.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
I left.
Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
I can get it all back.
No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
The hell's Elysium?
Everything. The pale and the useless. On the
Yeah, right.
surface, the outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I talked to you before.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you.
I don't like this.
You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
I can come back from this.
You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear
I'm not
you.
stinky.
This is just a word
I'm not
game now.
stinky.
Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
What? No.
Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
No. No. I'm already hungover. I only took a single drink. Hello? Hello?
Good going, buddy.
Is that how it's gonna be now when I close my eyes?
Yes. Wait till you see the one with the chick in it. It's gonna be a good one. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What chick?
You don't know? You don't know? Some broad that messed you up. It'll come to you. It always does.
What's going on with
You
me?
mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this happening?
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Nah, I can take this. I'm not going to go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. It is at the speed at the time won't be dead.
Suit yourself. Slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Look, alcohol, tobacco, sure, that's fine. I can work with that. But speed, no can do. Doing drugs is bad. Mirror, electrochemistry, impossible. Oh yeah, that's right.
A mirror
You try
hangs
and
on the
just
bathroom
have to
wall.
stop the expression from
Still
happening.
not happening. It won't come off that easy.
Well. Oh well. We tried. I'm still holding the chain cutters. Gah! Lieutenant Kitsuragi up. Or did he go into this one?
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside.
Oh. Fine. Guess we're going downstairs. Oh! It's those guys. Well, at least Lieutenant Kitsuragi is up. Good morning, Tim.
Morning. I've got some good news. I took care of the body. The thought of him decomposing in my MC wouldn't let me sleep.
Good, thanks.
I'm just glad he's gone. We have other matters to attend to.
Where'd you put the body, Kim?
The Union muscle finally turned up, and they look rowdy. We need to talk to them.
What do you mean, rowdy?
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, men who drink beer for breakfast, there's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
How do we need to are these the men guard told us about
I
yesterday?
completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of them.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Fair enough.
In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Yeah, I can do
He's
that.
not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in. Your fists clench and your pulse rises uncomfortably.
Why do we need to talk to him?
Everything points to the Dockworkers Union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy. One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Yeah. We're currently, dealing with the precarious world, and we have 3 hours and 40 minutes in it, and all red checks are going to fail while we're doing it. I'd really rather not talk to them when all of our red checks are gonna fail. What's up, guard?
Can I help you?
About my bill for
Got the
tonight.
20 real?
Not yet.
Then why are you wasting my time?
Fine.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway.
Baby, everything
Glad
alright?
to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just
We have
hoping to make
fun.
a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Wait, what's wrong with the phone
The
line?
manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Yeah, why'd you need to use the
To
phone?
let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
I can't help, Mike. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine.
Reeds.
When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
But you have more important things to worry about.
this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect.
So yeah, they were probably wearing a bog.
But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday.
This is Gary
What could be
person.
keeping them?
Do you trust him?
Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day.
Are they in a rough neighborhood?
There's a nameless old fishing village nearby, but we've never had any trouble there before. There is a lot of crime around here, isn't there?
I can't say it's the best part of town, but I wouldn't worry too much about a pair of grown men traveling together.
It sounds like police business. I'll help you find your husband.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but...
Just police work. I got a premonition that this missing scientist is connected to our main case.
I sincerely doubt it. Still, I suppose it won't hurt to keep an eye out.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel.
There has been some kind of scientist.
Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is cryptozoology?
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly
Now,
rare
Locker a crime duo
that many
partner.
assume them to be
It'll be a crime
extinct
trio
or
because we're not getting
even
rid of Kid
fictitious.
Kisaragi.
Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
And more about moral, looks, character,
Oh
relationship.
dear, I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
You mean the suggestion that I have one in my psyche? Trying to meet him on the street, what would I look for?
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long you been married?
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn.
Nice.
Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
Not the two of you.
Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I think I have all the information I need. Let's move
I
on.
hope I've been useful.
Tell me about this rare insect your husband's looking for.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the insect.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Ah yes, Phasmatodia, a diverse group of insects whose bodies resemble twigs, leaves, that sort of thing. Ghost insects, colloquially.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insular Indian coast.
Interesting.
Hence its name, the Insular Indian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
Kid, please.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
What makes you think it's around here?
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
If a newspaper comes with all the evidence,
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insil Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
I'm really excited about this cryptid.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insil Indian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
Okay, what's so special about the stick like this?
Dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Alright, go on. Pump my, I believe it is what? My psyche. You pump up my psyche if you want. My suggestion. I don't know if it'll help us that much. Our psyche is very low. It's very small.
You're an enthusiastic idiot, but you're still an idiot.
I know everything about cryptids. Living cryptids, extinct cryptids, marine cryptids, land cryptids. Bring it up.
We don't have time for Cryptozoology 101. Let's get back to work, shall we?
That's all for now.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
What?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one. The regular, please. The brown.
Give me my boring.
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown. He doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Well, is this picking on me for not being crazy enough? That's the least of my concerns.
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
Look, I'm just trying to do my job. No need for extravagance.
Of course you do. Let's get right to it. My lord's copotype is regular cop. I'll let everyone know. I'll send out a telefax.
No! Boring cop! Wait, will this will be my capo type now?
Yes, the type of cop you are, sire. Think of it as a caste, a class even, a nation of regular law officials that you belong to. It comes, of course, with the usual benefits.
Well, then why not send out the telefax and I'm not ashamed?
Done and done. No actual communiques will be sent, of course. That would be too dramatic.
Okay, so it looks like you get a touch of the normal in you. A touch of the regular 4 grams of Johnny Normal Cop. Who'd have thunk it? You, the extremist of all the cops. You said some pretty boring things back there, and I have 2 choices. You can either leave it behind and forget about it, or you can try to utilize your normalcy, internalize it, get a touch of vanilla back in the herring-flavored egg and licorice ice cream of your mind. Just swoosh right past. Let's go talk to plaisance. We won't even do all that much running. Oh wait, when did these open? Who are you? A good one?
Yes? Hello?
Who are you?
Me? No one.
I'm just a working class woman,
What you doing?
looking for something to read.
Good, good.
It is.
That was very nice. Yep, perfect. Not even gonna. Blizzards!
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may...
Alright, I will quick save just in case it's a red check.
What have you found?
I talked to the entity
And
you
also,
told me about.
do
Her name
buy
is
the
Nia,
books.
and she's
There
a
may
novelty
be teachings in them.
dice maker.
A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep.
Not a sorceress or some malicious entity. She's a businesswoman like you.
I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom? How did she explain the curse?
Before you say anything, ask yourself, is the woman really able to withstand the truth? She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. A drop of blood in her palm. To hell with it. Perchance you ought to just lie, sire.
Yeah. We gotta lie to her. Sources is in the taxidermist shop. He believed he became involved in arts darker than taxidermy and brought the void spears down upon this place.
Oh, how horrid! I knew something wasn't right about that place. Tell me, did you find a way to break the curse?
I called upon the spirit of Guillaume de Melon to banish the curse in a flash of disco brilliance.
Guillaume Le Million? The singer who made that awful face? Well, I do see the resemblance. All that matters is that the energies are retreating. I can already feel the curse lifting. It will be a long time until we're fully free of it, of course. But still, thank you, officer. Truly, you've brought a better psycho-emanation to this humble bookstore, and that's no small achievement.
I feel bad for lying.
She
okay.
so badly wants this to be over. She would have believed anything.
Yeah.
All right then. All's well that ends well. Should we return to our ordinary lives?
Let us talk to the nicest child in the world. Let's, we need to up our savoir-faire. Hello, small child.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
God damn it. Find Morel, the cryptozoologist. Southwest across the canal, stop her going there. We gotta interview the Wild Pines rep. The victim's tattoos. Items. Interact.
An intricate web of it still kind of looks like a
No, hold on. I know somebody who knows history. These old guys over here. Yeah, sorry. Alright. Before we start this chat with these old guys, I'll be right back. welcome your robot back with open arms, chat, for she has returned. Not only have I returned, I've returned with food. Yes. The food of the gods, if you will. Chicken tendies. Because you are never too old to enjoy tendies.
Hey, what's up?
15 months. Goddamn. And you know what? I appreciate it. Alright, let's go talk to some old guys. Stop being terminally poor? Well, I'm glad to hear. Just in time for Christmas, too.
We're still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
Is there anything you tell me about this rifle?
It's a Bell McGrave. 4.46 caliber. Breech loading. Revachol made. Good weapon. Accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her?
In the basement back there.
I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find.
Honorable.
What is this? Are you mocking us? This isn't for pétanque.
Now. No need to get angry again, René. I'm sure the officer tried his best. It's not like there's a bull kiosk here in Martinez.
I'm very sorry, it's the best I can find.
The best, huh? This isn't even a bull. But fine. I guess you did attempt to right your hooliganism. Consider it forgiven.
What is it about this old soldier that makes him stand so proud, though?
As René turns from you to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
How many medals are there?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
The cross?
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in Suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I.
And the sun?
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the Revolution.
Croix de Bravoure and the setting sun. Did you get them for...
For bravery.
That's what I was gonna say, bravery.
I'm sure. But I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies.
I don't know the reputation of anything. I don't even recognize the war.
Son, we should never forget our past. Lots of mistakes were made back then, but there were also lessons. Forgetting those times means the mistakes were for nothing. That all those people died for nothing.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
So what did you get the medal for?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shot themselves.
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Princeling?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frisel thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
He really despises that Drissant fellow.
Purple velvet tunic. That isn't exactly camo.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Couronne. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion.
Oh boy, just like World War I.
The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Must have been a bloodbath.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound.
Oh.
But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw.
Oh, goddamn.
Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
Oh, fuck.
It's painful to even think about. Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
And then what'd you do?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnoux, le fléau des chevaux.
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
So Dink, that's a fighter.
So I grabbed the dink and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit.
Amazing.
He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and untarnished self-worth.
Sounds like you're being modest, Renee.
The old carabinier stands quietly like a statue, his features motionless.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled over 7 kilometers before the cavalrymen found him
7
and
kilometers?
Brisson. 2 days later that was. And that even while crawling with a mangled half-dead prince on his back, he still managed to murder 3 rebels on his way.
Holy shit, what a Chad!
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Quite impressive. It's men like Renee who made really show great ones.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. They don't hand this out for anyone with a service record. Oh no, you have to get shot repeatedly. And you need to get your hands bloody too. Really, really bloody.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Poltroon. Duty is something you will never understand.
Why do you despise Tristan so much?
Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on the battlefield. All he was related. That's it. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders.
It's true.
He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving. Pooh! And 782 Royal Carabineers are dead because of his incompetence.
Well, thanks for the story, Renee.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Eversholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back, if you can.
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
Oh no. Oh no. No, we're not gonna do that. It is going to automatically fail because of the precarious world. Thank you for your time.
Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Wait, there are capo types?
Yes. Guess what's yours?
Cool cop?
No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
Won't the other capo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
They should be sorry.
Yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up.
I'm not sorry, I changed my mind.
No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
I'm sorry.
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million.
Possibly.
That won't happen.
Oh.
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
I know about the dead man.
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
Really, you know absolutely nothing?
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the ghost caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Odd. He doesn't seem to be lying, but there's something off here.
Sounds a bit like you're holding back.
I'm not even anyone.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone important in the Union. I just know Evrard.
Who is this Evrard you know?
Evrard Claire. Everyone in Martinez knows the Claire brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea. The blind leading the blind doesn't even begin to describe it, is what he said.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
You a Union member?
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
In many ways?
Oh, yes.
They're non-actual members.
Not in the technical sense. I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll, just for the little things.
I see.
So that's what it was before. Him hiding something. He tries to make it look like he's a big deal in the Union, and now the illusion is disintegrating before your and Renee's eyes.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Weservein. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate this socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
What are the little things you do for a frog?
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
What kind of things you write for him?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. About Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I had these long talks where...
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
That's true. That's all for now.
No, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
Can I have a bite of that?
I'm sorry, officer, but I really don't share food. Nothing personal, it's just a principle.
The only one you have.
Suddenly you realize how hungry you are. The last time you ate must have been God knows when. The sandwich looks like a culinary wonder. Well made and abundant in components. The author sure knew their craft.
Yeah.
In addition to the obvious slice of ham, a fat one, you notice a brim of a tomato peeking from below. And is that mayonnaise?
I'm not that hungry anyway.
That's good. That's very good. You must have other business then?
Legendary rhetoric. Relinquish your sandwich. No. I'm not gonna rob this old man of his sandwich. It's the only good he has in life. Alright, what else we got? We can find Morale. Where's the Wild Pines rep? Who owns the harbor? She should be around here somewhere. Where's the map? No, I have hiccups now. Don't know where I can find the Wild Pines rep, do you, bud?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Nothing, bud. Just vibing. Oh yeah, I guess we could, like, look into this.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing towards, even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
Sumptuous.
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
And how did he manage to blow through the entire national treasure?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices.
Damn, sounds sick.
He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
I There's no way that's true.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and
Cocaine
ceremonial
king, cocaine
weaponry.
king.
He was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
Where is he buried now?
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
That's not a burial.
A group of marble pleurons still surround the king's vandalized tomb. A deathly cold wind sweeps up candy wrappers and old newspapers.
I'm having a statue.
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Most historians think the coalition's hasty landing may have ultimately saved the statue. If the communards had more time, they would have reduced it up to even finer pieces.
Who restored it?
Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city.
Hilarious.
The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
Such a bad idea.
People in Martinez tend to agree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the squan...
Well... Where the fuck am I supposed to camp? Do you know where the wildfire zip is?
Yes? What do you want to know?
Preliminary
You
info?
want like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? There's no reason to wing anything. 3 days ago, the RCM emergency. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his... Okay then. Was there anything...
All I need for now. Why'd the 41st send me?
You pick over what's left of your frontal cortex, but no compelling explanations emerge.
Shit. I don't think it's her, right?
The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph.
We have to talk to some people. What's up, girl?
Right to work! When a bunch of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people.
Just right this
Beats
one.
me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt.
Damn.
There's something odd in the way he carries himself. His set of clothing looks vaguely mismatched. The different pieces of the attire seem
Wait a second.
ill-fitting.
Ill-fitting, what's that?
His shirt is far too small and an unpleasantly tight fit, while the overalls, held up by a belt, seem to fit a man with much more corpulence.
Wait, these aren't his? You're wearing new
He
clothes?
ignores your question, choosing instead to turn to the emaciated workers,
Wait, the
raising
clothes aren't
both
his,
fists
so...
in the air. The clothes are obviously not his. Silence is the answer. There's something off here, but he won't say what. You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Routine for the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
I already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
Bouncer, where? Freaking a lot of bars, maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Never heard of it, are you lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
He's stopping this to control himself. You were onto something.
That's not a real
Right
strike.
to work! Right to work!
I wasn't done.
Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
We'll see.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
I need to speak with the union boss.
Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the...
Interviewing people.
Wouldn't put it past... Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us.
Not my expertise.
We are not picking pity.
Thank you. Yeah. My nerd.
Scab?
What did he just call you? A... Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
I'm not a scab, I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, let us cop for less money.
Psst. Show him your stolen card. Now has arrived the perfect moment.
Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the Wild North? Come to see the strife?
Actually a worker like you guys.
The man looks at the colorful...
But that's not you, officer.
It's an old picture.
From back when you were not a cop, but a heavy-set, dark-skinned dock worker named Santiago John?
Yes.
Highly unlikely. I've known John for several years now. Also, you told me you're a cop, remember? How did you get his shift card?
Now you're in a mess. The time has not arrived.
Such goddamn drama. Like a sign. A wind deposited before my feet. I feel the closeness of this person.
Yes, the city has a way of pairing souls. John's been out drinking himself blind. He should be more careful than Johannes. Can I have the card?
No, it will prove useful still. Believe your thieving fingers.
No, I'm afraid the card's evidence in an ongoing investigation.
Oh, is my friend in some sort of trouble? Who knew?
I need to get past the gates and speak with your boss.
Oh, good, good. What matters do you want to discuss with Everard?
There's been talk of suspicious activity at the... I can't disclose details of an ongoing case.
So mysterious. So intriguing. Either way, the road in front of you is wide and open.
Does this mean you let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
That simple, I just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini supremacist there. Walk right past him. Then press the button to unlock the door. Then go past him again. And you enter the arbor through the office. Está.
For some reason, it doesn't seem like it's gonna be that easy.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best measure head in a physical confrontation.
I don't believe that for a second.
Or you could convert to a Semini supremacist worldview. Or, maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has anyone here ever bested him in a physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Oh my god, physical instrument. Has any of the scads tried converting to his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Got it. Another thing.
Sure.
What's the strike about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
Feels like he's hinting at something. But you're too hungover or dumb to understand right now.
Nice talk. Gotta get moving. Kim! Where's the Wild Pines rep? Hey, racist lorry driver. You know about stars and shit, right?
Looking for something?
an argument about?
It's about biological determinism, natural law, the sorting of the races. Not the most popular topic nowadays, with a coalition in charge, you know. You might want to change the topic.
Change the topic. The way he says it makes it almost sound like a threat.
Yes, I can't really remember what that means physically.
People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously, you can see the merits in that.
What else have we thought of?
So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the superior race cease to believe in their innate superiority. They stop competing for
Bro, you drive a truck!
This concerns you, policeman, so you better be vigilant. The damn kids are showing up good lately. Same with the mosquitoes. And the other intruder species.
I know how to name up my, I think you can down with racism. Sure, whatever, really doesn't talk
Go
about
right
something
ahead.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi's stern expression. Not a lot of moral fiber on this one yet, he thinks, wriggled out of it.
That's my the trash. Yours.
Oh man, that's great.
Is it yours?
God damn. Thanks for that, but no, it's not mine.
Yeah, fine. Where is the Union marker? No, not the Union. Where's the Wild Pines rep? Into the harbor so you can know. And the representative of the logistics company who owns the harbor and ask her about the murder. She should be around here somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure we can find her. Well, the harbor's up there. Maybe we just gotta go north. North it is. Alright, please. We haven't really explored. It's true. Cormorant. There's something here. Is it covered up?
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
I'm not looking at this wall.
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
Kim, bro. Hey, I'll take all that. Got magnesium, a whole bunch of useful stuff. It's a snack. No, it's just garden hose.
Hey, what's that noise down there?
Who are you?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Are you whispering? Sounds like you're already in trouble.
There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
It's the god of cigarettes and youth. Ask him if he's got anything to spare. Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
That's true. Actually, the gendarmerie really needs to talk to you.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Looks like you get a good view of the Whirling's backyard. Tell me anything about the hanging.
I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Did you?
No, not you two. Some more muscular type.
What?
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
What kind of friend?
He was my Sunday friend.
A Sunday friend. How intriguing.
What's your friend's real name? Did he say something?
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. And someone hides behind a curtain. Those windows have eyes, and those eyes are watching, spying on you three.
Can you tell me your name?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Alright, we'll talk later.
We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Well, all these red checks are going to fail because of precarious world, so...
Good luck with the investigation.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here. Gay, gay, homosexual, gay!
He's gone.
Should run after him, see where he went.
No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself.
Does he give up?
He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case.
That's true.
There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Once we've found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment.
Right, let's do that. There's a table, these might rain and rot, a rock.
A stone, like any other.
Turn it over.
But there's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
This must be for the front door. Pity it doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has hundreds of apartments.
How are we gonna find the right one?
We'll just have to go in and see.
Okay. I'm down with that. I want to unlock another fog cabinet slot. There's splattering of bullet holes on the wall. What's in here? Orange bum hat. What's that? Closed door. But you're looking suspiciously. Is it locked? It is locked. The bastards. It's weird. The camera gets like stuck in certain places whenever the game like takes control of it. Let's go to the harbor. This is the harbor, right? How's that locked? Items, tools. Pretty sure we can just pop that open, right? Ooh! +1 suggestion, -1 half-light.
Hey, up here, Piggo.
Huh?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
How is it done with me? I'm the law.
Sod off, pigman. Art is above the law.
Know anything about the recent murder?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant, fucko.
Keep looking off to the side. What are you looking at?
The lieutenant is desperately searching for a handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
The wild pines are up.
Yes, we should go talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Amazing.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
I can be wacky.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
What are you doing to the wall?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
They don't know what to write.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mono is here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cats. And my name's not Mona, so...
Why are you so committed to defacing the building?
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium.
Look, don't make trash can fires for no reason. Homeless people can use those to warm their hands.
I thought I'd mix it up. You know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
I have an opinion on this. Wanna hear it?
Yeah?
Remind me to keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
Look, if you make it seem like you think it's cool, they hate it. Until later, Cindy.
Watch your back, Ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Yeah. On the bright side, now that I know that I can just pop shit open with a +1 esprit de corps, +1 suggestion, and -1 half-light. Hey, snazzy! I'll keep the disco-ass blazer on then. That goes in there, and... time to break out the ledger of failure and hatred. Can I interact with
It's
this
the
anymore?
ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board.
Really
It
takes
takes about half an hour to piece one together. This one is relatively easy to reconstruct. Overnight on 1202, a graffito, nay, a mural, appears on an 8-story tenement overlooking central Jamrock. The building is a sparsely inhabited ghost tower, part of a failed real estate development called Grand Couronne. The mural is enormous. 2 silhouettes, a man and a woman, are kissing. The text cut into their form reads, "True love is possible, only in the next world. For new people, it is too late for us. Wreak havoc on the middle class."
What does the middle class ever do to anybody?
People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for miles. In 2 days, the station's complaints desk gets clogged with requests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case. The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility for the execution, but not the design. The ideologue of the Next World mural, as the crew calls it, remains an unknown.
Did I ever find out who came up with it?
The case files do not show you finding the author of the design. The crew agrees to clean up after themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads to a debate in Precinct 41, which then spreads to the streets of Jamrock, ending in a rare plebiscite organized by you and the rest of Row 3.
The direct vote of all the members of an electorate on an important public question such as a change in the Constitution. Ha!
The 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villalobos, plus half of the eminent domain, participate in the vote. Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of rambling on the streets as to how juvenile and stupid the mural is, given a choice between two options.
Remove the mural is wrong.
A staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it. Turns out the opposition were a loud minority, and that love truly is possible in the next world for new people, and it is too late for us.
Must have voted and possibly even lobbied to remove the thing because I don't believe that rubbish one bit.
No one cares what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger. What do you want to tackle next? Or are we done?
Well, I can keep looking at these. The square Boulevard murders.
It would be very interesting to read about these, wouldn't it? I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's forehead. She's been sitting there for weeks, on her rocking chair, with a square hole in her skull, staring at the wall, her mouth agape. That's all you got. From the half hour you spent piecing it together, all you know is the entry wound was square-shaped. You never found the bullet. And then another body showed up, also with a square hole in his forehead.
The sequence killer?
Who knows? Those pages are missing. What next?
30 minutes remaining. Okay. Couch in an unexpected location.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the middle of the street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway. You know, at an unexpected location. They were young, and they thought they looked cool on it.
They actually look like assholes.
Insufferable dicks. Young people are the worst. So anyway, you got a complaint about the damn sofa, or couch, or whatever it is.
The same thing, right?
They were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they also took photos of themselves on it, and smoked cigarettes, and drank coffee because they felt it's intellectual. Cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up, and you did. So congratulations to you. Case solved.
Did I ever catch those guys?
No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch assholes. You have a real job to do. What next? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. The precarious world.
Come on, what's the bonus?
How not to lose. It is impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by numbers and punitive measures, pain, rejection, and unpaid bills. You can either play, or you can crawl under a boat and waste away, turn into salt, or a flock of seagulls. Your enemies would love that. Or you can fight. The only way to load the dice is to keep on fighting.
What are my bonuses? Critical success and failure threshold lowered by 1. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's nice. I like that. So, instead of getting double 6s or double 1s, I would be able to get it on a 5 and a 6, or a 1 and a 2, possibly? White morning. Anti-object task force. Yum de meal. Which one do we want to internalize? Rigorous self-critique. Do we want to be boring cop? I don't remember what White Morning was from, though. I feel like I want to internalize maybe anti-object task force. That would be our pain threshold. Mm, 5 hours, 1 hour 45 minutes, 4 hours 30. Regular law official. Let's try and internalize. We'll be a normal cop. At least all the red chicks aren't just gonna. At least all the red chicks aren't gonna fail anymore, so that's nice. But we gotta be wacky. And we will be wacky in a moment. So it'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Took a bit. But I had to go use the bathroom and refill my water. Thirsty. We good? We good. Alright, let's go talk to the lady. Hello. You know what? I'm bigger than this sloop. This is worth more than all I ever heard in my life. Amazing.
A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce. Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
What's the L stand for?
Peyton, my maiden name. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
Well, it's because she doesn't want that.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines Group. Why, yes I am.
You have a license for this boat?
Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Qualified pleasure craft operator. So charming. Where's the damn license?
I just renewed its safety inspection last month, officers. It is completely seaworthy. In fact, it's taken part in not one, but 2 insulindic regattas. Even finished once.
Actually, you don't.
License. What do you mean?
The Wayfarer Act specifically denies the RCM the authority to demand anyone's operator license. It's a little-known fact among us law officials.
But how exactly how little known is this
I was
fact?
just being polite. Even school children know the Wayfarer Act.
Makes sense, I guess. I mean, look at
No need to resort to self-pity, detective. You can still ask for her passport.
I'm still gonna need your passport.
Of course.
The woman is silent, smiling while the waves lap against the hull. In your hand, under the plastic, a light blue passport saying, Republic of Vespa. The coat of arms has a lion and an ostrich. Seagent.
I don't know what that means, but a lion and an ostrich is a weird fucking combination.
The Republic of Vespa, formerly the Republic of Vespa Messina, was once a dual kingdom. An amicable parting of ways produced 2 constitutional monarchies. Vespa, the richer of the 2, is an occidental nation known for its proximity to the Pearl and its exotic financial derivatives.
Anything else?
It is a stable country, and yet there has always been something ominous about its perfect stability. It's a place at the edge of the Mwindi Isola, overlooking the Obi-Sunt Isles, fracturing into the great unrest of the Pearl. The woman, born in the year 3 in the commune of Revachol, smiles at you, face adorned with frown lines and crow's feet. The photo is recent. The name reads, Rejoice Leighton Messier.
Your name is Rejoice?
Yes. But please don't call me that.
Why?
Joyce is much more efficient.
The Republic of Vespa?
My husband is. I have dual citizenship. A Vespertine is handier when traveling.
Everything appears to be
She
in order.
nods and returns the plastic bag to her coat.
A lot of people on boats, are
Of
there?
course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
Wait, we're on an archipelago?
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou.
We're on Revachol.
We are. And the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou.
Still haven't seen anyone sail a boat around here.
I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands.
I love you, Kim. So defensive about your cool car. Now, what's the name of the boat?
The boat? No. It is called Coeur de Leyte 19, because that's the type of sloop it is.
Okay, but what kind of boat is it?
It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business.
How do you like it?
My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I think I have a handle on the boat
Good.
thing. You know, what can you tell me about this lynching?
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Well, my partner told you I'd recently suffered from an unusual medical episode. My lost badge is related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
I could have eaten it for all I know. I don't remember anything. This world, the city, nothing.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
That's right.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Chet, I need you to up my psyche. The purple one. Suggestion. Psyche. I know it's not purple for you guys. It's black and upper right. You're right. Even sympathy for my amnesia.
Feelings
Damn it!
will guide the way.
Madam, I didn't know, but this lynching is very important to me. It's a case I'm solving.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
There's so much else. I only have this. The entirety of my
She's
existence.
silent. The wind flaps the sail above her.
This boat, for example, at home somewhere. I only have this case.
Officer.
I don't remember anything except this lynching. There's only this coast and this lynching.
You know, I don't mean to sound cold, but if you want something, you have to get...
You're doing it. Despite your own best efforts, you're still getting in. Somehow.
I'll be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my...
Like what?
The Union is conducting drug trade out of the harbour. It's an open secret in Martinez. Surely it must not come as a complete surprise to the RCM either. Perhaps it's time to look into it. Or you can find your badge, which honestly seems like a lost cause.
It does seem like a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
You know what's up, Kim?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would.
How'd you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Really? I thought it was going so well.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
We could just, find my badge.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from your station, but that would literally take months.
So do you propose that we don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
Get back to her then.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I have an idea. I don't want to make a habit of this. But I will reload and see if I can do this a little better. Drama, reaction speed and rhetoric, suggestion and half-light. Yes.
A striking.
Good morning, Joyce L. Messier. I represent
for?
my maiden name.
Gave us
Nothing,
away.
honestly. I've said it to every drunk in town, and you're the first one who's responded. I'm glad to see you here. I was dispatched to handle a strike.
That is good too. It
Yes.
Interesting.
That's something
I
about these
wish you a
tattoos.
swift recovery. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
So you know something about the tattoos?
Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
Tell me about Wild Pines, what do you do?
What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking.
What do they do?
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo-tribes. Companies awarded royal...
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
What exactly is a billion?
It's a number, officer. A big one.
What's it made of?
It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands.
I thought the Wild Pines supposed to be big time.
And to think, there are years when the group books losses in the billions. Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. It is a tremendous responsibility.
And where does Wild Pines get all these billions?
They started as an exploration, and
Alright, cool, I don't
centuries
care.
of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow.
Probably
The
helps
logic
settle
of
the
you
real
know more than
monopoly.
you let on. Certainly it helped, but most of the original Indo tribes have failed or been absorbed. To survive, Wild Pines had to grow and adapt.
Your mother's such a
Suzerain
huge
did
system
that.
along with a place like this.
You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
I mean, the workers keep it moving.
We built this district, all the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bust, before Martinez was swallowed by the
You keep
industrial
talking
a
and
company
talking and
ghetto.
talking.
For a weekend or a summer holiday?
Got a boat?
Why, yes I am.
A lot of people on boats,
Of course
are
there
there?
are.
I mean,
We're on,
hell yeah.
I mean, we are on Le Caillou, are we not?
And we're in Revachol.
We are. And the city of Revachol is
No,
on
I
the
haven't seen it myself,
island.
but-
Actually, it's for
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's
And
machine
handle the boat
good.
thing. Are you telling about the strike?
Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets.
What if I want to hear about the trade secrets?
First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus.
An octopus. I will slay it.
Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike.
What is your role in this precisely?
I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait, she just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates.
So the strike is connected to the lynching?
Yes, I believe there is a connection. But that's a subject for later.
Tell us more about this behemoth.
What can I say? The union employs a giant covered in tattoos. A racist giant. I guess that's part of their big tent organization now.
And how are the talks going before the lynching?
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive.
What happened to Gaumont?
Mr. Clare told him to, how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see.
Cool.
Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union.
And what are their demands?
There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes, every worker, a member of the board.
Over-aggressive commie posturing.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker, a member of the board.
Most of them probably don't know what that means.
Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines group makes a decision about anything, it needs the signature of each of the 2,200 workers in its Martinez terminal.
Oh, so it's just an excuse for them to not do work.
Just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group.
It's pretty funny, I have to admit.
They're having a blast. But how can they afford it? After 4 months, my assumption was they would prefer a more practical solution.
And what are you going to do?
I'm not sure. Naturally, I assumed that was just their opening position. A hard-nosed tactic with a side of mockery. But there's been no follow-up, just the same nonsensical slogan repeated over and over again. And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name advertises his aversion to work. I think he said it was, call me mañana.
This checks out.
Yeah, the scabs at the gate, did you put them there?
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock, come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
No, I mean scabs.
If these workers were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not yet, at least.
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you at a later occasion.
How about this union boss, Mr. Clare?
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first.
Really?
Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
I have thick, viscous goo.
If you were to prick it with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
Sound like you're about to take a rapier too.
Oh, heavens, no. We get along just fine. Yet, now that you mention it, I can't stop imagining that black treacle just dribbling down his double chin. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Evrart does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues.
And what about the union itself outside the Brothers Clare?
The Debardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organized labor at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The Brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Debardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
That's a shame.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Evrart and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Debardeurs Union is...
basically a socialist mob?
Thank you for being candid. Sadly, Wild Pines have cooperated with what amounts to a crime syndicate for 2 decades. However much you feed the wolf always hungers.
And one more thing, you said something happened in the election.
I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
Oh, she's just gone?
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever. End of story.
This forewoman, her name?
Her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files.
Some kind of extortion, probably.
Indeed. The company suspects foul play, but there's nothing they could do.
I can't get over this
it was a
fucking
union
face
matter.
staring at me from the lower right, left-hand corner of the screen all the time.
The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
I mean, it's a woman's name. They act like a woman.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
That's all I need to change the topic.
How else can I help?
So, lynching.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi, from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
I want to find Natalia had recently suffered from an unusual medical episode. I lost badge related to it.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
It's possible. After a night of heavy drinking, I lost all memory of my life in the world.
Oh dear. I suppose this does explain some of the more curious turns in our conversation.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize. But I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement.
Alright. Bump up my psyche again. I'm telling you. I'm telling you we can do it this time. I hope. Gotta hope so.
She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuate.
There's some other way to demonstrate our law enforcement credentials.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Like what?
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is
Wait,
an
we
open
succeeded
secret
this
in
time, though.
Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
One, bitch.
Detective, a word in private.
I suppose this is the only thing that this always happens regardless.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta.
What? Sounds like my stomach is growling.
Evening falls. The time has come to take the vow.
Vows?
The vows are blood and flesh.
What is my lower intestine going on about?
Lower intestine? The term is metabolic and circulatory system.
Okay, but what's the hard stuff?
Fascism, Bruta.
What is fascism, though?
Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revershol's problems?
Liberals?
Yes, them. But also women.
Woman.
Women. Men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. Woo men need to go back to the fucking kitchen. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that woo men need to know their place.
Am I having some kind of stomach seizure?
Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth.
Why am I getting this?
Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. The good things, you've said them many times.
That doesn't sound so bad, though. What if we call this something else, like traditionalism?
Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking.
Alright, stomach. I made up my mind about traditionalism.
You're going to keep your vows, right? Keep your vows, Brota.
I will keep my vows for the glory of the Revisholian nation.
For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the woo men too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach.
Pat my stomach. Pet, pet. Is that another fucking thought that I can internalize? 9 hours! It'll take me 9 hours to internalize fascism. What's up, Kim?
This is not going quite as I hoped it would.
How did you hope it would go?
Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman.
Oh, so we're henchmen now.
This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
What do you propose? We don't investigate the drug trafficking?
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we're siding with the Union, or that we're on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching.
I like this idea. So, we lie.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Tell me about this alleged drug trafficking.
It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into Revachol with the Union's blessing. Wild Pines has suspected it for years.
Ingredients for what, ma'am?
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff.
Let me get this straight. The materials come from Samara to Revachol through the terminal?
Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is taking place at various sites in and around Jamrock Quarter, north of here.
Wild Pine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade, ma'am. Do you mean to say the Union also produces the product? Sells drugs, I mean?
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients for a cut.
And you want us to invest?
Yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dock Workers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link.
Am I gonna need bolt cutters for this?
Unlikely, officer. I'm talking about the lorries. Once the ingredients reach Jamrock, they're distributed to a network of local manufacturers, well beyond our grasp. But in transit, they may be vulnerable. Perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. Interview the drivers who are still hanging about. One of them might be waiting for a crucial shipment.
Her irises are light green, like the river Esperance in bright daylight, upstream where it's clearer.
I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you.
So of course the lorries are stranded there like that, is it?
No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. The road company is a partner of one of our subsidiaries. However, this is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the trade committee, they'll have no choice but to lower the drawbridge, and the operation will continue. Thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable, the weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me. I'd wondered since I first drove in, on my motor carriage.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. This is a unique opportunity. I'm sure you understand.
Why did you come to the RCM earlier?
We did. On more than one occasion. Apparently, there's some sort of inter-precinct disagreement about whose jurisdiction this area falls under.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also know it's come up empty. It's not just the RCM. No one's been able to find any hard evidence.
I have to wonder what our guy's voice even sounds like.
Well, here's your chance, officers.
What proof do you have that the Union's involved?
How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of unpaid dock workers going strong for the 4th month straight.
Wait, the strike's been going on for 4 months? Did I just miss that somewhere?
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. The local businesses can scarcely provide for themselves.
So you think the strike's being funded with source ingredients for drugs?
Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver
the voice
who
in
will
our head.
report to you.
Yeah, that's too good of a voice for a fucking face like this. Look at this man.
Yes?
I'll take this case, probe the driver, see what it yields.
Excellent. According to my reports, there are at least 3 lorry drivers lingering near the roundabout. Hopefully one of them will know something. It may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. I can keep the drawbridge up for a few more days at least. You should have the time you need. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance.
The voice out of that man screamed predator. What?
Of course,
you mean
detective.
like the deep voice of all of our thoughts? You're not talking about the ancient reptilian brain, are you? Investigate drivers, the lynching, the smoke on the balcony, ask around for his apartment number. Oh yeah, we have to find money. You know what? We should keep this bag out so that we can collect trash at all times. And this goes out to the balcony. Because we're gonna need $20 to fucking pay Gart. Yo.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
That's right, we've evolved.
Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutation.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Heavy fuel oil?
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
Fumes are bad for you, okay?
Something to think about next time you're driving around in your pretty little piggy carriage.
Yeah. Women. Hey! Scrounging around for some cash. Worked out for me? How's this? Poor lone laborer jeans. Gotta fucking get clothes. This lowers our savoir-faire but ups our electrochemistry. This lowers our reaction speed but ups our electrochemistry. We kinda need the savoir-faire. At least we're going to need them. Eventually. Here, we'll put the
pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into.
Oh.
Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand enters the pocket, your fingers brush against something. Soft, yet crinkly. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
We found these jeans in a random compartment, put them on, and like, oh shit, gum wrapper.
Not familiar in a good way, you might say. There's pain in there somewhere. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in Sur-le-Clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar.
So you're thinking that
not only to your
this is our voice. Hey. Or 29 Real. I've been sleeping here recently. Is this dark enough for us to require a flashlight? Doesn't look like it. I've coalesced over winters. Smells of chemicals. Hello, miss.
Give me a moment. The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
This woman's health is failing her. There's not much to do. Not in this damp.
Don't take long, I'll have a few questions.
Go ahead, then. What do you want to know, policeman?
I have a few questions about those apartments.
Ask away, policeman.
You know who lived in the foreclosed
The
apartment?
hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
Thank you.
She really doesn't like those nut jobs. Bad blood there.
What can you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
That's all,
She
thanks.
mumbles some kind of a response.
Thank you for Martin.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
What do you mean? I wasn't joking.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martin Martinez is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez.
God damn it.
Like Jim Jamrock or Raoul Ravagel.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
How about a young male in his mid-20s, dark hair, skinny build, smoker on the balcony, know where he lives?
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for?
No trouble, just want to talk to him, know where he lives.
Talk? He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
And who are you?
I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans these hallways.
Do you live here?
If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room.
Thanks, lady.
It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company. And that's all I need from this world.
And all she gets, too. The coastal wind beats down hard on the coal room door outside. Splashes of waves make the balcony slippery.
Well, that sure sucks. Alright, so apartment 28, I believe? Apartment 2, door number 28. It's in there. Hey, $5. Hey, postcard. Door number 9.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. Walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. Sounded like a woman. A woman's shoes. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
There's police.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Kim, I dislike the fact that you were so right all the time. Now let me take these 33 cents out of these shoes.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says, number 11.
Breakthrough a minute. Oh no.
Regular law official.
Oh no, we're boring.
You've done it, Harry. Whatever else you are, you're also boring now. It was not easy. You spent most of your life trying to funk up every nook and cranny of your personality. When someone says something political, the first 3 thoughts in your head are a ludicrous hodgepodge of communism, fascism, and stock tips. When they ask you why you did something, it's superstardom, apocalypse, or the mea culpas of the flagellant cop monk. It's not easy reaching for the 4th option, the normal one. But you have, and now you're not just crazy, you're also boring.
-1 shivers, a strong grasp of reality, -1 inland empire, dull but solid, all learning caps raised to 3. Wait, hold on, does that mean I can increase my volition? I can become stronger. Our psyche is no longer bound by the frivolity of our single one.
This door has been closed, no reply. It's a solid lump of metal, but better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Oh, you know it. Time to break in.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig.
After you, detective.
I have my warrant. I can go in whenever I want. Ha! I'm going to put through white style, real lithography. Looks at critical theory of the monstrosities of capital and such. With revolutionaries posing with guns. Revolutionaries love to pose with their guns.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz-Mazov. Kraz-Mazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
So whoever lives here needs to learn how the economy actually works.
I suspect that's exactly what they are trying to do. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
What's in here? A bullet? And a Sarmerizian lounge jacket. Well, both these are mine now.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism. In other words,
Look out, Kim, they're communists around
I
here.
keep my armistice handy, detective.
he doesn't actually reach for his gun.
Damn it!
The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure.
But why is it upside down?
To symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it.
And the antlers?
The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord
I
with the
cannot
natural
roll
world,
my eyes hard
and at the
enough.
same time above it.
Why white?
Because white is the color of peace.
What does it evoking mean?
Communism is the ideology of gutless intellectuals and clueless university students. They don't care about the real working man. In other words, it doesn't mean a thing to true revolutionaries.
Thanks, Endurance. I'm glad that my brain is based and not cringe. What's in here? Flip up glasses, the auditor, +1 logic, -1 authority. Organized crime accounts with desire to look cool. Oh no! Our authority is terrible, I think. Yeah, our authority is at 0. We have no authority. Victim notices the missing pets are plastered on top of each other. Shurek. Apartment number 12. Snoring is scary and I should leave. Didn't expect to actually be able to go inside. Hello? Oh, somebody stashed magnesium and alcohol in here. Moss curls on those bathroom tiles, actual moss. Your is covered in some kind of slime. And 42 cents! Oh yeah, baby! We have 22 bucks and we have enough to, pay back Gart. Or, not pay him back, but, pay for our room tonight, so that's nice. Turn shift just a little, someone's watching. Yoink. Very much full cigarette butts and electronic wires. I'm gonna find this hobo man. I'm gonna question him. Locked, huh? Not for my fucking bolt cutters. Vinegar, rosemary, thyme, and a cactus. What is this? Apartment 29. Please silence whoever lives here isn't home. Apartment 30. His voice from within signaling some buoyant dance track. So then he's clearly here. My authority's gonna be a -2 from this, but you know, who cares?
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security.
So we should
Number
break in.
28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good?
What do you mean?
The smoker on the balcony. This is why we're here, right? He might know something about the murder. So tomorrow 9 p.m.?
Don't worry. It's mostly all still here.
You can remember things.
Remember things. You got this.
Yeah, sounds good. Tomorrow,
Tomorrow,
9.
9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28. Good, let's go.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow. He's probably gone for today.
You sure we shouldn't just break in, Kim? I feel like it might be a good idea. Damn it. Alright, now how do we get up there? On the bright side, we found alcohol, so that's cool. And I think that this exit will serve us well. Oh, it comes all the way down here. How nice. Can I pop this open? With the, chain cutters? Damn it. Alright, what else we got? We have the money, we have 20 reals. We need to track down our gun. We also need to find the murder weapon. Oh yeah, we should go back to Kim's car. I'm pretty sure he has something, we need to call somebody. I believe there was something or somebody that we needed to call. We needed to make like a report in the station. Gotta dig through the trash. Maybe we'll find something good in there. Oh, it's a prequel. That's right, we still needed to find the password as well. We needed to find the password for that, that book thing. The radio station tabletop RPG thing. Who are you, bud?
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide, welcoming grin. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
What's so cool?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer, you're very cool.
You feel a twitch in your index fingers. There's a finger shootout brewing.
Don't shoot, officer. Have we got an arrest here or just a shakedown?
Just a shakedown.
Good one, officer. You're a funny guy. Now, what can I do for you?
Just kidding, I'm really here to shake it down for some answers to official police questions.
Then fire away, officer.
Persuade him to give me money. Not finger pistols, 9mm. So I just do some more fair. Snapping doesn't help. What kind of stuff are you selling here?
Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here. No shame, only freedom.
Where'd you get those comfy pants?
I'm an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
A discount for cool officers like me?
No need for discounts at ceilings, officer. Everything's already on sale. Anything you want, 50% off.
That's all that
Anything for you.
The baggies you're selling have humanitarian aid written on them, how come?
You mean these delicious pre-packaged shelf-stable meal kits? Really easy to cook, no hassle, really cheap too. Buy some, try them out.
I think one's enough for resale the packaging.
No problem here, officer. I get all this from one of my suppliers, an extremely reputable guy.
Wait. Humanex. Humanitarian aid.
Does your supplier drive that human oxaloid over there?
What?
A convincing performance. Bravo.
Look, officer, I'm just the retailer. You'd have to talk to my supplier if you got questions about the supply chain. That's how the game works.
Interesting.
Where are you from, Sealing?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All Revachol.
This man probably comes from Seaguy, sometimes known as the Apricot Suzerainty, an archipelago in the Samaran Isola.
Apricot Suzerainty, right?
Seaguy, apricot suzerainty. It's all the same to me. It's all cool. I'm interested in sales. Go ahead, let's make one. Super high quality, friendly prices.
Alright, chat. My intelligence. My intellect. It needs to go up. My rhetoric. Because I want him to give me money. We could be a hobo cop. We have the bag and everything. Let's go!
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business.
Maybe you're trying to fail to make me smarter. Fool. You seem like a really successful entrepreneur. Would you like to support a member of the local police force?
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Think of it as an investment.
An investment? What kind of investment?
Or you could not make this about corruption and go with something even wilder.
It's an investment in me, a highly experimental human being. My risk-reward ratio is insane.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
10 real.
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
What's this? Food gift from the people of Messina. Main tuna fish, not for resale. Speakers of the people of Samara. What is this?
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes, smelling of strangers' body odors.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
I don't like this.
The box smells like cat piss or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look firsthand, buy secondhand. Keep the economy moving.
Let's see if something's worth salvaging from this pile of rags.
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof, and sport.
Are these fucking
All in different typefaces. This jacket is the apex of human evolution. The moment at which man became weatherproof.
Good choice, officer. Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
I'll leave for now.
You see two lowly, defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, Ultra Series.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of found Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole. Dedicated, victorious, sporty. These found sneakers are a must-have.
Okay, I need more silver fare if I want to go grab my coat.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found Ultras. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, Solidarity Aid from the People's Republic of Samara. The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
Poor little speakers.
No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun Ultras instead.
Samaran trash? That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Sunglasses.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic, the kind of plastic that melts in the sun. Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils. A UV magnifier.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Alright, maybe we can find some interesting sunglasses in this box.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Can't remember firefight something we should be prepared for.
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
I'm gonna leave for now. I will be back though. You know, we should talk to Gart. If I remember correctly, gloves, fingerless gloves for electrochemistry. Ooh. This gives us +1 interfacing. Oh, do we really need electrochemistry? Electrochemistry keeps telling us to do drugs. Water lock out of order until Wednesday, 7:15 a.m.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
So you're gonna give me some of that sausage,
His
right?
posture is relaxed. Despite his powerful build and a knife in his hand, this man resorts to physical intimidation only infrequently, if at all.
Well, at least physical instruments being nice. First things first. What are you doing here, man, on the waterlock? Ah, hello, Tubular Pod. Thank you for the follow. We're just playing some Disco Elysium, even though I'm not quite a fan of disco.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company, and eating his salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt
What do you mean he's stuck over there? You can climb that.
overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage in
That
the
looks
waterlock
sturdy.
and the salami.
How am I doing today? Or tonight? Well, tonight I'm doing fantastic. I'm relaxed. I'm doing detective work. I'm a great detective. Don't listen to what anybody else tells you.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
You know what caused the wreckage?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershoal.
That's true.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially the waterlock.
Ow.
The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Goes further down the coast?
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it. Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Can I send the salami?
Sure thing.
Sweet!
It is salty, it is savory, it is chewy. The hangover only makes the salami more tasty.
Want some too, officer?
Why not?
You bash your head against an elderly woman's wheelchair, resorted to binge drinking after getting insulted by children. Yeah, normal detective work.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque.
And why are you depressed?
This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some
Oh,
other
that
way.
sucks. I can't really help you with that. I'm just here to play video games.
Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Oh yeah. We could fix it on Wednesday morning. Well, maybe not us.
A crumpled billboard reading,
somebody
"Salmon
will.
butter soaks in the canal." Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted. The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
What is Samar butter?
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it. Goat milk butter.
I mean, that's
The
probably how it
Samoan
is with
terrain
most
makes
people.
it easier to raise goats than cows, and the local goat farmers produce high-quality meat and dairy staples that add variety to other nations' diets. It's an acquired taste.
Let us try to reconstruct what happened here. It's 42%, we got this.
Just some
We don't got
tasteless
this.
advertising at the bottom of a canal. No use rubbernecking now.
Nothing to see here. Let's go collect more trash. Wait. Oh yeah, we got more clothes. Got electrochemistry. Plus one to conceptualization. What is our conceptualization? It's a 3. We don't need to understand art. Art's for pansies. And to nerds. And people who don't put spinners on their Karima. Alright, let's go trade in this trash so that we can stop carrying around this plastic bag. It makes us look terrible.
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money.
Nice. 70 cents for it. It's not terrible. Could have been worse. You see interact. Oh yeah. Let's save and then inspect it.
A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The
Tutti
warm
Frutti.
label reads Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots, with a very noticeable twinge of cinnamon.
Big stretch. Snap the spine.
You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark.
Cinema's not a
Can a used wrapper shrug? Seems like that's what the wrapper is doing somehow. This is not about flowers or bark. What is this about? Why are you looking at this wrapper?
Why do I even care about this?
Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper. Yet you're drawn to it.
Like a moth to a flame.
Drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with a Tutti Frutti wrapper. Throw it away, please.
I'll hang on to it
You
just in
carefully
case.
fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back into your pocket,
What
lovingly,
horrible thing happened to
despite
us?
the strange feeling of regret.
That this gum has made such an impact. Alright, Mr. Lorry Driver. Let's have a talk with you again.
Looking for something?
You're the lawyer man, right? What's your stance on drugs?
Drugs? They're shit, man. I don't let anything pollute my body.
What's different about narcotics?
You know where that shit comes from? Sarah Miriza, Safre, Ilmara. They take the money from our local junkies here and then use it to outcompete us in the manufacturing sector.
It's a weird stance to have on when it comes to drugs, but I guess if you're not doing drugs.
They know they can't beat us in a fair fight, so they have to get us to weaken ourselves somehow. It's racial sabotage, racial economic sabotage.
I agree, it's our responsibility to keep this poison off the streets of Ravishon, right?
He eyes you warily, unsure how to respond. This goes on for about 2 seconds. Then,
I don't know shit. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
Then what are you still hanging around here for? Most of the other camioneers have left.
What do you think? I can't leave the lorry unguarded. Stuff's been getting looted lately. It's those little kips sneaking on at night. If they touch my stuff, the bosses will be on my ass like ass cancer.
there was a bunch of spilled boxes in the back of a big lorry nearby.
I did see one lorry with the trailer doors open on my way here. Do you know what happened?
Yeah, I knew that guy. He was an honest driver who loved this country. We were having a good debate about genetics at the Wheeling and Rags when some kip boys smashed his lock and took damn near everything. Lost his fucking job over it. Since he left, I haven't had anyone to talk to.
Bad for him, I guess.
It's a fucking travesty, is what it is.
If it's not you, then who's running drugs through Terminal B?
Isn't it obvious? Fucking Sealang, that beady-eyed South Samaran. His little side business is a scam. I wouldn't be surprised if he was peddling drugs as well.
What, the street vendor south of here? That guy's a lorry driver?
Of course he's a lorry driver. What? He tell you he's just some simple businessman or some shit? He's selling his employer stuff after he broke the seals on his Humanox lorry. His tribe are natural liars. It's in their blood. He's your man, alright? 100%.
I don't believe that.
I wouldn't be so sure about it. Not until we've heard what Sealang himself has to say.
Guess we need to pay Sealing a visit then.
Yes, so?
Alright, so there was him. There's that third one over here. This lady who we, I guess, couldn't talk to. Kim told us not to talk to her.
The woman still has.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
Me, I'm the law around
I
here.
don't suppose you could tell me where we are, Lowman. Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s.
Wait, what's so bad about the 50s?
The men have small jaws and everything is made out of plastic. Why do you need plastic when you can make the world out of amber?
What a fucking weird asshole lady. When else would you be there?
Back in Methka, during the time of the revolution. The sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Bernero.
I slept so much. Why am I so tired?
Until you came along, that is.
Who's Gabriel Bernero?
This is Gabriel Bernero.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim hat. His hair is dark as an oil slick, and his jaw, the most perfectly chiseled thing you've ever seen.
$20 is fine.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
So I think you were in Mexico when you were young?
Someone was.
At least not your memories.
They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it make if it's me or not? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming for this, you know? All of this.
Sorry to interrupt your dreaming.
I wasn't dreaming. I was there, Loman.
But you just
It
said
was
there
early
weren't your
spring,
memories.
and the man behind the black sun had just come out. The posters were 20 meters tall. Everything was golden. While you, people, were tearing each other apart over your petty little revolution. In Methk, it was a golden age.
The Republic of Mesk is a massive confederation on the Isola of Muindi, the world's largest state by territory. It's a petrostate, a constitutional monarchy, and, as of recently, an outcast due to its tilt to the far right.
I have another question for you. Police
Why
questions.
not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
Seem like a woman who knows a thing or two about drugs.
What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel. The great adversary. No drugs can compare.
The adversary?
Yes. There is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Can you just speak normally for 1 second?
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest. I don't like the sound of any of that. Sounds like a horrible drug. The worst one of them all.
You're right, Half-Light. We have to kill her. Not really what I'm getting at.
Then what were you getting at?
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
I wanted to ask you if you'd be interested in smuggling some drugs.
Why would I want to do that?
We glory of the word Republic, liberation for commerce, lifeblood of the Assaults.
Loman, what in the name of God are you talking about?
Okay, let me put it this way. Are you smuggling drugs through Terminal B?
Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way.
How can you not know what you're hauling in your own lorry?
Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiris to Grad, on the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiris to Grad, Loman?
I don't know, that's why I'm asking you.
It's diamonds, Loman, obviously.
Damn this. Make her answer.
I didn't ask you about diamonds, did I? I don't care about that.
Diamonds are good for you, Loman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty like Eva de Zoras.
You're making fun of me right now. Start
I will
complying.
never make fun of a real Loman, Herife.
Ma'am, you're not responsible for what the client puts in your lorry, as long as the seals are not opened. We officers know that.
Lay off her.
Ah, fine. If you had to guess, who do you think's smuggling drugs around here?
Easy. He's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
Why, you mean that guy over there? Yeah, fine.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
If you're not involved in the drug trafficking, then why are you still waiting?
Where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors and the futures of this world. It's a good palate cleanser, this jamboree.
Jibber is a nice word. It needs to be used more.
Oh, I can just relax and let my mind carry me back where it will, to the Great Plains.
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Kim. How many drivers could there be? I really don't think it's too late. I don't know, it just seems too cool for that. Also, really, 4 p.m. already? Alright, bro. You're smuggling drugs, I can tell.
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. What's on your mind?
It's to spare some change for working stiff.
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
Hey, who?
The bosses, man.
Makes sense. First work, then pay.
Makes sense. It sucks is what it does.
Do you know your man knows about drugs?
Ah, man. Me and narcotics go way back. Had some good times surfing the psychic waves of my own consciousness, you know?
I like this guy's voice. Unfortunately, he's probably trafficking drugs.
But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man?
I'm gonna be straight with you. We need to get high up looking for a deal.
Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk. Are you trying to pull some sort of an entrapment thing on me?
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit, usually through some trickery, persuasion, or fraud.
What? No, of course not.
Then what's your deal here?
I'm trying to figure out who's smuggling drugs at a terminal B.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor to load it on their lorry and drive it to Jamrock.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. This jam's got folks up in arms, and I'm afraid it's headed toward a conflagration.
Conflict. What is with your words? And why are you still hanging around?
Gotta guard the stuff. Bosses don't look kindly on missing cargo. And it gives me time to work on my rhymes.
Working on these rhymes clearly leads to muscular atrophy. Make sure you don't get hooked on poetry.
You're right, physical instrument. Poetry is for nerds. Who's conducting the drug trade?
Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol. I'm a guest here. You really need to find another man to probe with those questions.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Hit him with our best verse. I got this.
Your best verse? You don't even have a bad verse in here. Just tumbleweed and liquor stains. Wait, no. What are you doing?
She broke me. She fucking broke me.
That's brutal, man. But you know, time will...
No. Stop. He's already mortified.
No, tell me this is my rhymes. Listen. She fucked me till I bled.
In the name of God, what are you doing?
It's not real, guys. It's not my actual thoughts. It's a poem.
Yeah, I get that, and it's cool, but...
I'll never be the same again. She's always there. Fuck the case. Fuck everything. Total doom.
Yeah, I get it. These are your rhymes. They're from your life. Doesn't matter if they're robust, they're honest. So, thanks, man.
He's not lying. He liked the end.
Yes, and I also thank you for stopping. We have a drug investigation to return to. How about we do that?
Sure, but first, 8% less rope.
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
Tommy, you look sad. What's going on?
I'm okay, man. Just... the jam's got me down. The fumes, the chemical rainbows, the tarpaulin stretched on the frames and the dull engines off.
Is there a barbed wire on top of the lorry?
Maybe the full-on direct approach wasn't correct.
Damn.
It's tricky business looking into someone's eyes and not doing it wrong.
Tim, who the hell do we even watch? You even know?
Yes?
Seem to be following me.
Excuse me?
If I want to work this, nothing, just an observation.
You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
What do you mean distinctive?
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In
the Jamrock
57th,
Shuffle?
we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically.
How's that?
They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
Yes, but containers contain things. Shiny things. They're interesting.
Why containers?
I don't know. Containers contain, I guess. I'm making assumptions. We should move on.
The Jamrock Shuffle. Fuck, he's right. I do prioritize containers. It might actually be fucking Silang, which sucks because he's cool. Silang, bro. Please tell me you're not hiding something.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Silang, what's your stance on drugs?
I don't go in for that, officer. Drugs ruin lives. Unless you're into drugs, of course. In which case, drugs are excellent. Mwah! Tasty, tasty drugs.
I actually don't like drugs.
That's very cool. I don't like drugs either. I only said I do because I didn't want to sound lame. Peer pressure.
Sir, it appears to be true. No drugs in sight. Not in the box of sunglasses or under the speakers.
Well, if a lorry driver is transporting drugs out of the harbor, he or she is in this traffic jam.
That's even cooler. You investigating narcotics crimes like that? But I am not a lorry driver. I'm just a street vendor. I don't know anything about that.
A blatant lie, sire. Yet he tells it with such conviction. We'd believe him if we didn't know better.
Thank you, drama. But you are a lorry man. Another driver has identified you and your lorry.
Who said that? It's the fat racist, right? I bet it's him. He has an agenda against me because I'm an immigrant.
Holy shit, I didn't even realize the ceiling's neck is huge. Look how long it is. His neck is like another head underneath his head. You can fit another face on that.
So you admit you're a lorry driver?
No, I just said I work harder and he's an asshole. I'm...
Realizing he can't get out of it. Smart man.
Okay, maybe I'm a lorry driver too. A little. But that's not the most important thing about me. That's my day job. This is my dream.
So you forgot to tell me.
Exactly. It's such a small part of my life. It's in the rear view mirror now. I'm climbing out of that hole with ingenuity.
Stop squirming. What do you know about the drug operation at the harbor?
Nothing. I told you. I'm not a dumb guy. I don't get involved with that crowd.
And what crowd is that?
Crowd. You know, the drug crowd.
There's more here. He's afraid of this crowd, whoever they are, more than he is of the racist lorry man.
Who are you afraid of, Silang?
Look, there's bad people doing bad things here. That's all I know. Please don't get me into this mess. I've spent 15 years working my way up.
Your buddy Silang, help us out. No one will know it was you.
It's a she, okay? The other drivers call her the lady driver. You're better off staying away from her. The way they talk about her, she's no lady.
Is the lady driver the old woman back there? Dazed out, screamed?
I don't know. Maybe. If she is, I haven't gone near her. I don't get involved. I told you.
Who are these other drivers who talk?
All of them. I don't know. I told you all I know. Are we cool now? I really want us to be cool now.
Who exactly is talking about this lady driver of yours? The racist or the other one with the tattoos?
All of them. Even the ones who've left. I don't hang out with them. I don't remember who has tattoos.
Alright. Chill out, Celine. We're cool now.
All of them. I don't know.
Who exactly?
All of them. All right. I scored. Let's cap this off with a purchase. You can walk away from here with funky sunglasses, detectives. Both of you. You deserve it.
Well, find out who's the lady driver and what her lorry is. Where are we gonna find this lady driver? I guess we'll... You know anything about a lady driver, bro?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man.
I heard one of the driver's a woman, but I don't think she's here. Do you know this lady driver?
I don't want to talk about that.
I don't mean to pry, but I need your help. She may be involved in the drug business.
Man, I was hoping it isn't going to be her. All I can say is, she isn't around here anymore. She isn't some evil drug trafficker. And I don't know where she is.
I asked you to conduct the drug trade. You said you didn't know. Now you're saying you do.
I didn't, man. I told you I was hoping it's not her. That she wouldn't be mixed up in it.
It's true. We would of course lie. But a kind heart is tricky.
Who is this person? What's her name?
Thank God I don't know. People here call her the lady driver. She kept her name a secret. From me too. Now I see why.
Who's she to you?
A friend? An acquaintance. I don't know. She was the only person in this damn jam I could talk to. She's someone I don't want to rat out to the law, okay?
What's she look like?
A youngish woman. Gruff, but in a cool way.
What color hair?
Blue and violet. Dyed. It was violet when she got here.
What?
Blue before she went.
Then she may have dyed it again.
Interesting. When'd she leave?
Damn, I don't want to... Please just let it go. Whatever she did, it can't be that bad. She's not a bad person. I know that much.
We can't just let it go. It's part of a police investigation.
That's how it always is with you, isn't it? All part of the investigation. The girl's troubled. If you hunt her down, she may not survive it. I can't have that on my conscience.
It was Kuno, I knew it.
It won't come to that. We won't pursue her on this. This is information only.
I don't believe you.
You said she's troubled. How?
She's got the darkness in her. That young person's darkness when you think it's all over. And you're looking for a way out.
She shared this with you?
Yes. Which is why I don't want to snitch on her.
I was told everyone's afraid of her. You're not.
I heard the rumors. I saw the other drivers looking at me strange when we talked. And she told me, too, that she's had a violent life. But I wasn't afraid of her. More like for her.
Did this violent life include drug trafficking?
Well, it looks like it did now. But we didn't talk about that. We talked about life, you know? She talked about her mind.
About her mind?
The way it worked. The trouble it was giving her.
I don't know anything about that.
The pain it was causing her.
When she left, did she leave her lawyer behind?
Fuck, man. Go grill someone else with these questions, okay? There are plenty of drivers here who couldn't stand her, or were afraid of her. They'd be more than happy to rat her out.
He's right. There are other options. The raceman, for one. Now is not the time to focus on feelings. You need that info, son.
Put yourself in my shoes. Need this for another investigation, too. It's important. I can't blow it.
You're not gonna put a bullet in your head if you blow it, are you? Because
You
she's
don't
on
know
the
that,
edge,
honestly.
man.
I wouldn't be so sure, Tommy.
Yeah. The suspect, I need you to tell me where she is so I can't finish the investigation.
I thought you were a different kind of cop.
Where is the lady
Here.
driver?
The keys to a motor lorry. Pretty complex. Looks like a chain lock.
Her lorry's still here. Down past the statue of Philippe. The cabin is green. You can get in there with these. That's all I know.
When did she leave?
Last Friday.
We broke Tommy. Anything else? Like where she is
No.
now?
I don't know.
Why'd you have the keys?
She left them to me. Because she trusted me. So I can get it out of the way when the jam breaks loose. Otherwise...
The other drivers would have to tow it or break in to get the machines moving.
If they break in, they would find what's hidden inside. Something incriminating.
I bet you are.
Thank you for your cooperation, sir. I know it was hard, but you did the right thing.
You don't really think so?
I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't be in the RCM. Take care, sir.
Well, sucks that we broke a man, but... oh well. Not our fault. It's this one. I see. Hello?
This screen found, A to Z, Contemporain, is parked in the shadow of the ruins looming overhead. It's seen better days.
This is the one our man pointed to.
The glass on the side windows is tinted and covered with dust. You can barely make out the shape of a seat and two steering levers.
Unlock the
You
door.
push the key into the lock and turn. It makes a cracking sound.
We're actually making
Then
headway.
a
I
door
love
pops
making
back
headway.
a few centimeters. You can just... The smell of cigarettes and perfume welcomes you. The cabin inside is plastered with old movie posters. Actresses smile from the walls. There's a radio transmitter in the front and a toolbox tucked under the driver's seat. Some tools lie scattered near the pedals. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat where the toolbox should be. Voila! A stack of neatly folded papers has been stashed behind the seating fabric. You see 3 maps depicting a large metropolitan area. It's Revachol. Some of its routes and highways have been outlined with a pen.
We're actually a good detective when we try.
Bonne prise.
This large map displays the elevated motorway called 881. The intake leading to Martinez is marked with a blue X. There's another X on the off-ramp at a place called the Old South.
What weird fucking names. I like the world building in this game. It's very nice. If there's something I can appreciate, it's world building.
Toll booths at the intakes are marked with a circle. It looks like there are scant few ways of getting onto the elevated motorway that runs over Jamrock. And this person knows them all. There, hundreds of thousands of motor carriages roar on the 881. High above the massive brown and red roofs, that is Jamrock. The commuters don't even look down. The world ceases to exist outside the windshield.
Where's the road leading?
To Couronne, through the middle-income neighborhoods there, by the river, and then to Stella Maris and La Delta for work, while the men and women of Jamrock scuttle to their fates below the road.
And the second map?
This municipal map from the 30s displays a complex system of storm sewers underneath a sub-district called the Pox, old military hospital, right adjacent to the 41st precinct.
And the third map?
The final map displays a labyrinth of service tunnels left over from the construction of Motorway 881. A few routes have been marked with a pen, where the tunnels and sewers surface near the eminent domain and a traffic island in central Jamrock by the lake. These service tunnels were probably used during the construction of the foundation beneath the motorway.
What does all this mean, Kim?
It means that the smugglers are secretly using the motorway to transport their goods and materials. They've infiltrated the East Motor Tract, most likely. The RCM patrols most of these auxiliary roads, though apparently not all of them.
Where's this contraband end up?
Hard to say. This distribution network looks certainly large, yet still vague enough. It doesn't reveal much about the Besmerti behind it.
Besmerti? That sounds vaguely familiar.
The Besmerti is a Revacholian crime syndicate. They see themselves as the inheritors of the 14 Revacholian Indo-tribes. But really they're just violent gangs vying for control on the west side of Revachol. With cool names like La Puta Madre and Aura Masta. It's a dark parody.
What do you think's behind this?
It's definitely not the Union. They just do some logistics. This operation has spread everywhere in Jamrock. If it's that widespread, then Madre remains the most likely suspect.
So smart, Kim.
Here's bad news. There have been attempts at a serious investigation before, but they haven't ended well for those involved.
Especially bad news for cops who may have something in their past they don't even know is there.
Thanks, Half-Light. I'm glad you keep warning me about these things. I'm going to become a paranoid schizophrenic. I've already got the schizophrenic part down.
Best not to disturb the scene. I'll have forensics go over the lorry and pick this up later.
The stack of maps looks just like before, barely noticeable. The movie stars look silently by, and the pull-out toolbox has a rubber handle, worn from years of use. These are movie posters featuring starlets from long-forgotten films from the 20s, the teens, even the 90s of the last century. One of them particularly catches your eye, a centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin.
What's the smell?
The remnants of a sweet juniper-scented perfume, probably Grenade number 5.
The centerfold?
The actress is draped in a sheathed dress, one of her shoulders bared. The faded remains of an autograph run across the poster. She's looking
So
past
good news, Jet. I found my Nintendo DS. It was underneath one of the shelves in my office. It's charging right now. Perhaps there will be a Nuzlocke in our future.
Wait, doesn't she resemble someone you know? But you can't put your finger on whom exactly. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death.
What happened to her?
She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here, on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the camera, too.
Enough of the post.
The actresses, and the
Radio.
looks like the frequency dial is absent. It requires a key to work, but the key has been removed, likely by the missing lady driver.
Strange. There are so many radio stations saved here. Must be over 100 at least.
It has to be an advanced model to fit so many frequencies next to each other without blending them together.
Speed Freaks have found one of the save stations here, Kim.
No, that's on 78.9. What? I happen to have committed the frequency to memory. I have no problem admitting that.
Why would anyone need so many radio stations?
For contacting an entire fleet of lorrymen, for example. This is all shortwave, UW and UKV. Looks like we are dealing with an impressive organizational tool. The nerve center of a huge operation. With quite a range, too.
Perfect for drug smuggling.
A 20-kilometer radius at least, perhaps extended by an attachable antenna that's not here right now.
The antenna's right there. Is there anything else we can do with the radio?
Doesn't look like it. It's completely inoperable without a dial key.
The ghostly act you wedge yourself under the steering wheel to get a better look. Seems like the few tools lying around here, a hammer, a pair of pliers, a rusty wrench, have been casually thrown there by the disorganized driver.
That's a hazard, you know. Can't drive with tools underneath the pedals. What if you need to hit the brakes?
But one odd detail does catch your eye.
What?
A piece of sandpaper has been glued to the throttle. Sandpaper adds extra grip.
Looks like the driver has glued a piece of sandpaper to the throttle knob for some extra grip.
Sandpaper? A novel technique?
The movie stars are still. A metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's empty, except for a folded newspaper.
Unfold that shit.
It's an issue of Périphérique from last Wednesday. A piece of paper falls out from its pages. It looks like an article ripped out from a radio enthusiast magazine. Complex mathematical equations explain the basics of something called the Ulan frequency system. These formulas look oddly painful. Maybe it's the hangover, but they give you a headache.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
A pull-out toolbox slides back and close the rusty old lorry door.
Great. I think we got everything. A word, detective? Before we return to Joyce?
Yeah, what's up, Kim?
All right, we've finished here. Let's quickly debrief and go over what we found, so we don't do it in front of the company rep.
Here's something the police would do. What do you think of all this, Kim?
Honestly, I'm quite worried by what we've seen so far. The evidence seems to point to a rather extensive and well-organized operation. I'm especially intrigued by that radio transmitter, particularly the sheer number of stations it can connect. Looks like this alleged drug trade casts a wide net. I'm not sure what the Ulan frequencies are all about, but they may hold some significance. Perhaps it's a better way to connect between fleets while avoiding frequency bleed, or maybe it's used to tap into RCM networks.
Listening in on your calls between you and your station, a worrying prospect.
Oh, and the maps we found. They reveal the geographical extent of the operation. Looks like they've used abandoned tunnels and access roads to stay hidden. This is useful info.
What about the movie posters? How do they factor into all this, Kim?
As elegant as they are, I don't think they are relevant to the drug trade.
Don't be fooled. Desire always plays a role.
A lot of women there, especially for a lady driver's cabin.
Yes, well...
Don't be fooled.
Maybe the trader's some kind of set
Yes, well...
How do you think this connected to the Union?
We didn't find anything conclusive linking them to the smuggling operation. But somehow, I doubt that Evrard Clare would be oblivious to something like this happening right under his nose.
I mean, they literally said that they were taking a cut of it since it's coming through this place.
My suggestion is, we use it against the Union in any way we can, to our own ends. It's a slippery hill, but we just might be able to pin them down, indirectly, down the road.
Will the RCM open an investigation into
We
this?
should return to the murder case, see what Joyce tells us about the lynching. When we are done for the day, I call my station and suggest our narcotics department look into it. There are more than enough grounds to start an official investigation, sometime later when we are done here. We do not want to get caught in that. The fact that one hasn't started already gives me pause. An investigation, I mean. Especially if the Madrid grouping is involved, and I can't imagine they aren't. It's certainly worrisome.
Corruption?
All the same, I don't like the idea of internal affairs descending on the matter. That won't help anyone either.
Debrief over?
Debrief over. After you.
Let's go, Kim. Alright, firstly, I'll make a real save. And then we'll make a call on the radio.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Make me the 41st, please.
10-4, come in, officer. Over.
Personal details.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it through.
I need information, not fear.
Be smart about this.
10-4, sir, I'm not hearing your question.
But are you alone in the room? I need some confidential information about myself.
That's a negative, sir. I got 10-12 visitors present here. Over.
Okay. Please refer to me with my full name in the future.
10-9, repeat message. I didn't get that, sir. Over.
Say my name.
Sir, I will not have you talk to me in this manner. Over.
Please just say my name, Jules.
What? What is it? He seems intoxicated and keeps asking me to call him by his name.
Mullen's drunk and emotionally aggressive. That's new.
Wrap it up. Don't indulge in his drunken antics.
God damn it.
Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
Well, I guess we can't call anybody. I swore we had something to report.
The afternoon sun shimmers off the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage.
Alright, why am I thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to...
Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery.
You're right, I'm sure Kim will appreciate it.
This is a Caprice Canema, the Caprice Motor Corps follow-up to their highly successful workhorse, Caprice 40, and the answer to the Lum's racing breed, Ferv series. With its air-cooled, rear-mounted 12-cylinder compression ignition engine, driving the rear wheels through a 4-speed manual gearbox, the Canema is able to reach 100 kilometers per hour in 13.5 seconds, and go on to a top speed of 180 kilometers an hour.
Want to roll over in the first sharp
The
corner?
high center of balance is offset by a large battery bank mounted at the bottom of the cabin, feeding all the auxiliary systems and making the Kanema effectively a mobile power plant.
This tech talk's really rubbing me the right way here.
Due to a quite steep price tag, it is very unusual to see one in police livery.
Machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
That's what? 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
He loves his car. What in there made the infernal whining sound that woke
You
me?
mean the coil noise?
What's coil noise?
When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system on this machine,
What, the
it
thing
causes
underneath it?
vibration in the wires and the cores of the coils. When the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible range, the resulting vibration creates the whiny sound you mentioned.
What a binoclard.
How you know all that?
I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned to me. You inevitably pick up some knowledge on the way.
A fine machine.
Yes, an extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Need to slam it, Kim. Make it more imposing.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
Drop the ride. 200 mil. Get the camber to frosty minuses.
No, that's porno tuning.
Use bigger words.
Trust me, it's cool. Wait, what about the spinners then, huh?
Those spinners were elegant, sleek, radiant even. What you're suggesting is porno.
These massive air-kit gargantuan roof-mounted...
Porno. That's short for pornography.
What's wrong with pornography?
That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though.
Alright, let's move. Fine, Kim. I guess you have to be boring. What else is in our journal though? Where are we gonna get these? Yeah, Gart. You shithead. 1, I have to give you money. 2, you need to tell me about something. I don't remember what it is you have to tell me about, but I'm sure it'll show up.
Let me handle this.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
You're right, Lieutenant. She did seem friendlier sitting on that corner.
Not a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming.
You're not a gardener, huh?
Nothing official. The District of Martinez does
I don't
not
like you
recognize
anymore.
your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have to.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Why are you so aggressive?
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
Dock workers that lynched a man.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you Moralington lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol.
Give me that for the
20
puncher.
fat
Give me
men
that
in
for
the
the puncher.
Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguard.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
I don't know where you heard that, but it's wrong. The RCM's principles are strong, unlike you socialists.
Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get the hell out of Martinez.
And what's your role in all this?
Obviously, I'm a lawyer. A legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. I would urge you to consider what you say to my clients.
But I want to talk to you, not Titus.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
Give me your gun, Kim.
What are we going to do to you? The Union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress.
Let's talk to Titus then. I'm gonna leave first. Guard, you shithead.
Can I help you?
Another
thing. Great. I love those.
The phone line's dead.
Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers.
Is it true that there was foul play?
Who told you that?
I would never disclose my sources. That would be dishonorable.
Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of arseholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can forward them the repair bill. Yes? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
How could anyone forget, asshole?
Yes. Alright, I have an idea. Let's go talk to the other girl first. Get some information. And then use it to come back and squeeze the fucking union workers. I don't mind unions, but not this one. Especially when they're mean. To me, in particular, and question my authority. Oh yeah. Oh wait, no, I don't have skill points. I have 0 authority too. Do I have any clothes that embiggen my authority? My blazer only gives me esprit de corps. I don't need that. Halogen watermarks. Unsavory odor. +1 drama, clinically insane. Electrochemistry, conceptualization, physical instrument, suggestion, and -1 half-life. Off a serial pose, but our half-life's still pretty big. This embiggens our endurance. That gives us more health. Sweet. I do like wearing the raincoat. Oh yeah, that's right. We're wearing these glasses. They get rid of our authority somewhat. Alright, Kim.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Spoke to the lawyer with the lawyer at the
Yes,
roundabout.
my eyes on the harbour have sent word to that effect. What have you discovered?
Where exactly are these eyes located?
It doesn't really matter. And I do apologize for the surveillance. Wild Pines can't afford to be blind at a time like this. In any case, it's a relief to know someone has looked into it. If I may ask, will there be an official investigation? I assume you discovered there is an operation.
Well, we can be big in our endurance. Authority. Do we want to embiggen our authority, or do we want to embiggen our physical instrument? I think we should shore up our downsides, or we could get more half-life. Threaten people. More half-life, more authority. We should have biggened these. Maybe suggestion though. Suggestion has been super useful.
If there is an investigation, it will be part of an ongoing operation, subject to confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Of course, detectives. In any case, you've held up your end of our arrangement. I trust you with the rest.
Yes.
Now it's my turn. I wouldn't normally break protocol like this, but the situation demands it. If you don't solve this murder, I'm afraid we may have a bloodbath on our hands.
The words bloodbath sound cold in her mouth. They taste of iron and strawberries.
Was that about bloodbath?
Yes. I'm afraid this strike may descend into a small-scale civil war, with possible consequences for all of Rivershoal West.
Since you are sharing, ma'am, this is also the RCM's worst-case scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're on the same page, as grim as it may be.
Now, how are the lynching and the strike connected?
I have an indirect role to play, I'm sad to say. My employer experienced a momentary lapse of faith in me. In that moment, they elected to deploy a private military contractor as an insurance measure. They called it my security detail.
Momentary lapse of faith.
They were dispatched after I relayed the union's initial offer.
Every worker...
A member of the board. I tried to convince my employer it was simply a piece of rhetoric, or a joke. They did not appreciate the humor.
You need a security detail?
Absolutely not. These mercenaries are muscle, pure and simple. They are meant to intimidate the Union into surrendering.
Who are they, exactly?
Crenell, an Oranese military company. As far as I know, 3 arrived in Martinez. They report to me sporadically, but they do not answer to me. To be frank, our relationship is deteriorating.
One of the mercenaries.
They wear ceramic armor, have semi-automatic weapons, and years of combat experience. They also have trauma and stressor disorder, and no idea how to conduct themselves in an urban civilian environment.
So, what happened?
The story is, one of them, the colonel, I don't know his real name, sexually assaulted a local woman while he was drunk and separated from his unit. This allowed some of the more militant Union members to subdue him. He was taken out behind the whirling in rags and lynched last Sunday night. Nothing. Mr. Clare refuses to let me into the harbor. I have not been able to discuss this matter with anyone there. The remaining 2 Crenell contractors carry out their orders, for now. It's a smokescreen. In secret, they are conducting an independent military tribunal into the lynching. Once this investigation is concluded, executions will follow.
Damn, I'm all for executing these socialists.
What is the nature of this so-called investigation?
Whether to execute one, some, or all of the Union militants.
All of them.
It'll be all of them. The decision is already made.
I have to say, This is not disco.
It is very far from disco. My only hope is that you provide a single, concrete suspect before the mercenaries indiscriminately pick theirs. Simply put, if you don't pin this on someone good and do it fast, they will identify and execute everyone present at the lynching. This in turn will force the Union to respond.
Well, if they execute all the Union, then there won't be anyone to respond.
The débardeurs have over 2,000 men. It will be 1,000 to 1.
Have you ever seen a hornet invade a beehive, Lieutenant? It's not pretty.
The CAS-E's giant hornet, the world's second largest insect, can kill 40 honeybees a minute, while a group of 30 can decimate an entire hive of 20,000 bees in less than 4 hours.
These men work in tandem using semi- and fully automatic firearms. Their armor is virtually impenetrable to muzzle-loaded weapons, even yours. Most Union workers don't have guns at all.
The muzzle loaders need to be reloaded after every 1 or 2 shots. The automatics every 1 or 2 minutes.
As I said, a bloodbath.
Maybe a good bloodletting is just what Martinez needs.
See, Kim, this is that great bloodletting I've been telling you about.
It appears you found it, yes. And I'm not happy for you.
What are my stats right now? Physical. No, you got some intellect. You're a smart boy. I think the confrontation is inevitable.
It doesn't have to be like this. Nameless, badgeless officer of the citizens' militia. One single, concrete suspect delivered into civil court, and I may be able to defuse this situation.
What can you tell me about Krynel?
Not much. Their public resume is relatively good, as far as private military contractors go. I believe they were once called Downwell. They boast a long list of clients. Saint-Baptiste, Welchman-Lorenz, Eintracht. A warning sign, however. The operations concerned all take place in third or fourth world countries. Guarding facilities, escort missions and such.
Meaning they're used to operating in war zones.
Yeah.
Yes. All the good conflict corridors, Supramundi, Yesut, the Seminese Islands, countries that don't have a good record reporting atrocious military conduct on their soil.
And it sounds like maybe the colonel went over the native during the course of his duties.
I wouldn't go as far as to use that term, Detective.
What, going native?
Yes.
Feels like there's a good response here, but you're not coming up with one. Carry on.
Damn it, Rhetoric, what do I pay you for? Anything else you got on?
Sadly, no. Before this happened, I had little interest in them. Now that I do, I don't have the resources. If you still have access to the ICP's database, you could run a better background check than I ever could. It may take some time, though.
The insane clone posse's never really been good at searching up people.
The International Collaboration Police, ICP, is charged with coordinating law enforcement activities in complex multinational investigations. Their database is the single largest source of information in the world.
Do you know a lot about the inner workings of the RCM and the ICP, man?
In my line of work, it pays to do your research. I was prepared to deal with the RCM. I did not think I'd be dealing with a group like Krynel.
Could you contact the company and tell them to call them off?
I have. And they will. However, these orders take time to reach what is basically a rogue unit out in the field here. Until they do, it's all on us.
She's being truthful. She is pressing them as hard as she can.
He said the deceased assaulted a woman.
Or he didn't. This is information passed on to me from some teenagers loitering around the canal. I cannot testify by it.
Who did the passing on then?
The remaining contractors. Their tribunal. It's what they believe.
What did these teenagers by the canal say?
That the man was killed because he assaulted a local woman. I've asked around a bit. This seems to be the accepted story around Martinez.
The lieutenant consults his notebook, his eyebrows knitted in concentration.
Odd. We haven't heard any reports about an assault in connection with the lynching.
I believe it is a
Where did it take
lie.
place? And what?
Last Sunday night, at the Whirling in Rags, the hostel by the gates. Supposedly, the colonel was drunk, maybe on narcotics too. Either way, he's alleged to have sexually assaulted a woman. Sometime later, a group of dock workers got their hands on him.
And who was this woman?
That's a good question, officer. I don't have the slightest idea. As I said, it's a rumor about a rumor. In any case, it's what the colonel's remaining colleagues believe.
And this colonel, the one who was hanged, did you know him?
If you mean did I see him alive? Yes. But I did not know him.
His name was?
Lely. His service name. A nom de guerre, most likely. He wouldn't divulge his full name. Only one of them did. A bad sign if there ever was one.
And the others?
One is a man. Corty, they call him. A nickname as well. The other a woman. Phyllis DePaul. Corty is the gunner, I believe. DePaul is a radio operator.
What would you say was his eye color? The deceased.
She closes her eyes, trying to picture the man's face.
I really don't care about what happens to the union workers. They're a bunch of dicks.
I can't remember.
That's all right, then. Anything else? Nationality? What would you say was his age?
He was 40. Or 50. It's hard to say which. He had a combat injury on his lower jaw. It made it difficult to estimate his age, or gauge his facial expressions.
Might be dicks, but they deserve to die, yes.
Indeed. This matches the dental reconstruction we saw on the body. What else? Nationality? Accent?
He was, Occidental, I think. Light brown hair, a mixed accent, Oranese, or Messinian, maybe. His injury gave him an accent all his own. In a way, it was humanizing. He had to learn to speak through it. Through the injury. That's all I know, I guess. I only met him once.
Where are the remaining 2 marks now?
They've gone to ground, as it were. I don't recommend seeking them out. For one, they're almost certainly armed to the teeth. They don't have the same respect for the Revachol citizens' militia as I do. To put it bluntly, they think you're vigilantes. Ghetto savages. It will not be a fruitful meeting.
That's a shame. Everybody hates the police around here. I will give them a reason to
You
hate the
should
police
show
when I
those
find my gun.
meatheads exactly how savage you really are.
You're right, Half-Light. Kill them. We still need to know where they are.
You're likely to run into them eventually. When that happens, I'll be in a better position to mediate if I don't appear involved.
92%, let's go!
One is obviously the scab leader at the harbor gates. The one chanting the idiotic slogans. He's barely maintaining his disguise. The other has a vantage point in a building south of the roundabout.
Oh,
They
yeah!
were keeping tabs on you while you were canvassing the lorry drivers.
One must be the goon in ill-fitting work clothes by the harbor gates, the scab leader.
That may be so. I still hope you heed my advice. There's no need to kick the hornet's nest.
For all your talk of averting this catastrophe, the situation at the gate is a powder keg. Does this not bother you?
Of course it bothers me, Lieutenant. But my hands are tied. How would my employer react if it appeared I were intervening on behalf of the Union?
Yeah, that'd suck.
Your concern may be appearances. Ours is keeping the peace.
One is probably in a building overlooking the roundabout.
That would afford a good vantage point. In any case, it's practically inaccessible.
Where is your radio for contacting them, if I may ask? Do you have an earpiece?
Heavens no. I'm not an undercover agent. There's a shortwave at the ship's wheel. I hope I can answer it better.
How much time do we have?
Until the executions start? Truthfully, I don't know. It depends on their progress identifying the members of the lynch mob, and their impatience.
They don't report their progress to you?
Not on this matter. I'm afraid they consider this a personal initiative.
No. I like this idea of the bloodbath. Get rid of the Union. We just get some new workers. Some less shitty ones.
It's a matter of days, not weeks.
Enough for
I
now.
am sorry to have been the bearer of bad news. If there is anything else I can help you with, please ask. Of course. Excuse my hesitation before.
For about half a minute, in silence.
It was taken with a trigette not long ago. This is the man's upper body. There were no more markings on his hands or legs.
Her mouth is relaxed. The accordion lines near her mouth vanish. The pearls of her eyes move slowly on the photo's surface.
What do you think?
Sorry. I was trying to see if I can read the web of interdependencies between these points. The stars. I can't. But that's how you read this story. The points themselves don't have letters, numbers, anything. Their size, location on the body, and distance from each other tells you what they represent.
Stars in the sky?
Close. Port cities. This is an Oronese map of the waterways, a sailor's tattoo worn by wayfarers of the Dolorian century. Over 300 years ago, the sailors would mark their bodies to map their travels.
What is the use of this map?
The sailor's soul would use it to fly back home if they should die abroad. This is a sort of contraption to be reeled back in by. The silver cord, they would call it.
I love this world building. What travels did the dead man make?
Quite a few. Vredefort, the Oronese capital, traditionally stands on the right shoulder. He started somewhere near here, I think.
What next?
Then he made his way to the Pretto Grande, through what I think must be the Stutz Canal, an artificial channel through the Occident. From the Pretto, he sailed to the Insulindic Ocean, first the Semines Islands, then this.
What is that?
Revachol. Those are the two constants. Vredefort on the shoulder, and Revachol in the heart. They started the tradition of these maps right after the discovery of Insulinde, at the dawn of the Interinsulary Age.
Bad, apparently. They're getting rid of the normal, of the writers that did this one.
You said you can't read it.
I can't. This man was no sailor, and these are no ports. I can understand geographic fragments, but not their meaning.
I can only imagine this is gonna be terrible. Who can tell me more?
His platoon members? The other contractors. Though I do not suggest you go and show them that picture. This man was their friend and comrade.
Surely there are other people to ask about the tattoo. This is not necessary to complete the task, officer. It's a dangerous side task. Search elsewhere. Challenge accepted. I say we do it.
I need the information.
Do what you have to do, Detective. I don't think deciphering that tattoo should come before public security. But if you should wade into the mob to find out, I couldn't stop you.
I mean, it's fine. I could get beat up.
We will be careful, ma'am.
That's all for the tattoos.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
That's all for now.
Tremble. The time is now. Taola.
What time?
Time for the show. For Taola. The hallowed time of fear and disintegration. A countdown has begun. All will collapse on itself. The world will disappear into a single grain of blackness. All sound will be muted. All life will scream.
What's Taola?
Ulogu Theodos. Xeno Zausin. Ipoli Osidien. Echondes Fronisin.
When did this countdown begin?
Monday morning. The moment you arrived in this reality are the first crack in the sheer face of God. From you it will spread.
That's because of the insane world ending I've been saying, isn't it?
Yes, you spoke the words of the Palindropos and the houses of Pericarnassus. Items, people, even words will tumble. All will lose its meaning in the coming years. That is why you marked yourself.
Am I sure it's not just a joke or some kind of coping mechanism?
It's totally also a coping mechanism.
I'm a little afraid.
So you should be. The world island crumbles at your feet, and in the far plain, Palindropos. Perhaps, just a thought, This has something to do with the hangover.
Yeah, probably volition. I opted out of the Palindropos, or whatever it is, as a mistake.
Okay, yes. Maybe it is just the hangover talking. Or some kind of joke you're playing on yourself instead of working on the case.
It's unfortunate, but I would indeed. I don't trust Volition. Volition tries to make me normal. I trust Half-Life because he tries to get me into fights. And a fight is exactly what I want. Need to figure out what's up with our gun. I can play this game with one hand if I wanted. But would I use the other hand? I don't need people to trust me. Just beat them up.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is precinct.
Sylvia.
Just a second. Sylvie Malak. Yes. Hello?
Hello, Sylvia. It's the police again.
Great. What else do you need, detective?
Have you seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
I showed you my gun. When did it happen?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
What did I do?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
Oh, those again. I have been trying to wean you off them.
Off what?
You know, when you put your gun, your actual gun, on your temple and pretend to shoot your brains out, off of that, people don't like that.
Oh, thanks, drama.
People tried to back away from you, or even slip out of the door, but you screamed, "I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation."
Okay, I don't know what to say.
Me neither.
What happened to my gun?
No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it, but believe me, I did not ask.
Okay, thanks.
You hear the call breaking up.
Anything else I can help you with after 57?
I'm with the radio for now.
You see a...
Well, at least you know where our gun is. We pawned it. We also have the skill point. Do we want to put something in our thought cabinet, or do we want... Okay, hold on. Or do we want extra skill? Endurance, authority, composure. Or more Half-Life. Or physical instrument. Physical instrument does let us beat people. And considering what we're dealing with, when it comes to these fucking union workers, I would certainly like to beat them. Shivers. What Shivers even help us with? Free to core. Mission. And how is Shivers OP? I know it's been giving me like insight into things. I want more reaction speed. Well, let's go check with the pawn shop, man. Yeah. What's that? A machine into cash register. Most military wear, a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. Bust of a woman, flag suit says they. Gun protector is blurring away.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty.
You have a truly cool figurine.
Everything you pick out seems faded, chipped, and sad somehow. Most of them are just broken toys. Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Heimdall burning. The antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and his piercing blue eyes are familiar.
What's the deal with the man on this
It's
t-shirt?
the man from Heimdall.
Walking away from his burning village. Yes.
I'm guessing I'm supposed to know who the man from Heimdall is, but I lost my memory recently and need help remembering basic facts about reality.
Huh?
I said I lost my memory recently and need help remembering basic facts about reality.
Oh, I see. That's tough, man. I feel the same way sometimes. The man from Heimdall is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla. In fact, most people don't think that man from Heimdall ever really existed. But they are wrong.
Heimdall isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Heimdall are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
How much you selling the t-shirt for?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Cool, I'll think about
You
it.
should.
+1 physical instruments, +1 shivers, but -2 authority. Anyways, about my gun that I allegedly pawned.
Hello again. How can I help you?
By the way, do you happen to have any guns like the ones carried by officers of Citizens Militia?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
God damn it, I pawned it.
What? Sold? The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
I sold you my gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
I mean, you're completely correct, but still.
And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off-the-charts photon emissions.
Was it
The
by a policeman
unhealthy
too?
kind. She didn't seem like a policeman. Although she kept referring to herself as a pig. Which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive. But I was just happy to get rid of it. And of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the Citizens Militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
I don't like it either. Or she just committed a crime and blame it on the Citizens Militia.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Any idea where I could find this buyer?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
God damn it. Cotton Eye Joe.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
At least now I know how I lost my sidearm.
Of course.
Well, guess we'll go interview the union boss. Where the hell's my badge anyway? I need to call, check out my gun, keep looking, maybe someone else knows something. We have to look at the working firearm. Alright. I want to get my coat. My real coat. My coat. From the roof. Which means I'm going out back. I want to talk to you, Kudo. Alright, up, out, in the back, up and around. Alright. I'm gonna have to up my savoir-faire, I think? I don't know how I'll go about doing that, but I know the chat can help me. Alright, so anything that ups my savoir-faire. It's at -1. What is it -1 from? My shoes. Alright, chat. I need your assistance.
A tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
Please embiggen my motorics. I need to get my cloak. You can embiggen my motorics on your end. In the stream. You can embiggen one and lower one. I really hope this'll help. Hey! I'd take my shoes off for this one, but we're good.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Close my eyes, let my senses taking the world around me.
Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the concrete pavement below.
Hey.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive. Alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
Oh shit, that's right. We can get in the harbor without even giving a shit about the people at the front gate.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Thanks, savoir-faire. I can put my shoes on now. Yoink. +1 is free to code, +1 shivers. Oh shit! That's just a net positive. Sure, it might not up my... It might not up my endurance, but I think it looks nice. Oh Shit, look at all these bottles! Yo, that's free money. How long do those boosts last? There's a little countdown right here. I don't know how long they last.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
This is where René works. Take a look around.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. Looks like the inhabitant is rather pedantic when it comes to order.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
You're right. Well, cool. We made it down. And it. We just fucking swooshed on by? As shrimpable as that? Kebab soup. What's in here? 73 cents? Oh yeah. One says Vermilion. The guitar is silent. There's no work to organize in the yard below. This seems dangerous. The musk of oil and rust comes from the chasm in front of you. It smells like blood. Open that shit up. Fallen Ultra Series gloves, +1 half-life. Oh, you better believe I'm putting these gloves on. Sure, my interfacing will suffer from it a bit, but more half-life. Fucking love Half-Life. He's my favorite. He tells me to hurt people. Container. How are you, bro?
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, put the logos on.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, now belongs to Everard.
I'm trying to make some gaze this work, he doesn't notice me. You know what? If he doesn't notice me, he won't notice that we've infiltrated this compound. Because, you know, we shouldn't be in here. Who the fuck are you, man?
Before you is a walrus
Oh
of
my
a man
God!
seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up.
I didn't expect him to be so fat.
Yet says nothing. He simply stares at you with a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
In charge of the dock workers.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez.
He's a fucking rotund man. He looks like I genuinely thought he was part of the chair he was sitting on.
I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Are you calling me Mr. Dubois?
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
It's nothing. Yes, that's probably right. It's nothing. Forget about it. Filter it out.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level.
Maybe you should stand.
Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
You're no Titan of Felician, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Volition, you're supposed to trust. You're supposed to help me here, man.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another.
Sure is uncomfortable.
So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
Points to a giant novelty check on his desk. It is absolutely comically
It should be
huge.
sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Well, you know Gart.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is.
You have the same voice actor.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like you're on a game show. At least, don't thank him for it.
Take the comically large check, but don't say anything.
Is there anything you'd like to say to me?
No.
No, it's cool. You got integrity.
Cool? I wouldn't go that far. I'm sure there are cooler things than delivering a comically oversized novelty check to a cafeteria manager. But, sure, if that's what's cool nowadays.
Thanks, Volition. At least you can help me sometimes.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
I don't like this man. He is pouring on. He's being too helpful too quickly.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun, lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only two words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun. When he said, "Don't worry," he actually meant, be very worried.
I'm not worried. I got this. You know what? I would appreciate any help you can provide.
I'm all right, Harry. You seem anxious. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it. I have a feeling everything's going to be all right.
Yeah, I get the feeling you do know it.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Ah, fuck. Chat. I need you to up my motorics again. please.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot themselves with it.
No, I'm not about to cry.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here?
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
There, no, Harry, just let me go to my safe
Mr.
place.
Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Actually, this chair is uncomfortable. Ow!
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Oh yeah, God, thank you,
Quick,
Kim.
here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer questions.
Thank you, Reactor
It is
Speed.
about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
I just didn't finish investigating the local drug trade.
You've got a lot of spirit clearing up the drug problem alongside this murder. I'll talk to the mayor and see if I can get you the key to the city, Harry. Now, let's talk real business.
Actually, Rivershell doesn't have a mayor.
Aren't you gonna ask me how I got in?
Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age...
Man my age, what are you implying? I'm at the peak of my abilities.
Yes, yes, Harry. You are obviously in peak physical condition, and I salute both your initiative and your physical prowess. Very impressive, Harry. Very impressive. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it.
You called me Mr. Dubois, why?
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard, I call you Harry.
That's really my name.
My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you? What are the odds of that?
I think the odds of that are very low.
My memory's fine, I'm just testing you.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong. However, if you did have a spot of memory trouble, I could help you out. With my big fat folder.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now.
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart. Shows you're on the edge. Do some probing first.
Let's get this straight. What is my full name?
It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
You don't feel like either one of these things. You know what your name is. You have a sophisticated name, like that of a count.
Can I use it whenever this thing is lit up? I can work with that.
And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you?
Know anything about my family? Do I have a wife or kids or...
Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry?
Never mind the family.
Family, Harry, is the most important thing in the world.
Let's talk of other matters for a moment.
Of course, Harry, of course. Let's not linger on personal details and amnesia. You wanted something from me.
I want to talk about the hanging.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to discuss it with you. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors.
Kim, is that true? Are we door-opening machines?
I'm not sure I understand. If you're asking us to break down someone's door, it's not going to happen.
Come now. I just need you to go open a little door for me and leave it unlocked. A simple thing. Absolutely nothing shady about it.
An excellent opportunity presents itself, sire. You could win the trust of the arch-liar, pretend to play into his hand. Then, should you wish, bend his efforts towards your own.
You're right, drama. Why don't you just open it yourself?
Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Whose door is it?
No, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about.
Fine, I'll look into it. And we need to talk about that murder.
Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door.
I'm gonna leave now, but we might talk again later.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate.
Great, when we get stuck in
here. You're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Don't want to be one of you. Just gonna use it to get in and out. Open the apartment door for Everard. I did not expect him to be so fucking rotund. He's a true chungoid of a man. About this, Kim. I don't like working for this fat, rotund man. What's this thing do?
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. Marche. On. Arrête. Off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Why'd I do that?
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, the crane places the container down. The harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled.
Purpose.
Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built. For this purpose it has acted. And now it will rest.
I can't see how that was worth the ruckus, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Crane does not return to it.
Well, that was fun. I wanna go inside. What's inside?
Before you stands a cargo container. Just one of many in the yard.
Lieutenant, I think there's something special about this container.
Is this like your thing with that wall again?
Maybe. I can't tell. I think we should investigate further, though.
You do? Because I don't.
Why not that?
There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Maybe there's contraband in there.
There may very well be, but we are not here to look for that. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
My intellect checks. Make me smarter, embiggen my brain. Two, one. My brain is huge.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because getting physical wasn't an option.
Because what wasn't an option?
Using my body or my wits.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Fine, fine. Yeah, but with a critical success, we could have opened it. All we had to do was roll double sixes, or a 5 and a 6 if we had precarious world, which we do. Critical success and critical failure thresholds have been lowered by 1. The highest highs and the lowest lows. Does it work on mobile? I don't think it works on mobile. It's an extension for Twitch. But don't worry. The other members of chat are indeed helping. Ha! Weird buzzing sounds. Giant aspirin on the pillow and... I'll take it, I guess. And let the copy machine on. Look.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
The fact that you want to help is enough.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Yeah.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world. From Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are... Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist samurai monk, focusing through not focusing.
Leave the folders alone for now.
The drawer slides.
I don't think I have anything that increases my volition. No, unfortunately not. Maybe I could have smoked first to increase my intellect. in case of a strike. Press button behind guard. Ah. What's up, manana?
So, how'd you like our harbor?
It's nice enough.
It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk.
Ever seen any key to a door?
A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open?
Did it belong to a weasel?
Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say.
It's something about a weasel. It doesn't sound like a local polar weasel, if you know what I mean. Wink.
Polar weasel? Oh, I know what you mean. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whaling and rags. That's all I know. Our organization is what you call compartmentalized.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things that really, truly matter. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess.
Anything else I should know about the test? This weasel person when I'll be
I'm
home?
more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff.
Alright, I don't care. I have no time for your socialist drivel. You left-wing leaning parasite.
Yes?
Why did the 41st send me?
Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57.
What? No, they can't be.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
Again, what if my precinct sent me on this case because I'm a fuck-up, like, as a joke?
I've considered it.
That's true.
It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional. But I also think it's somewhat unlikely.
And why is that?
I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win.
Ah, so you are their finest.
I am the finest of nothing.
Do you really see me as a safe bet?
Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. But it's there. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Thanks, Kip. You're so nice. To me. Nobody in this fucking game has been nice to me. Except for Annette. Annette's been nice. She's a small, wholesome child. The door's behind the greenhouse in the yard, a basement door. Ah, I see. Do we really need to go unlock this door? Are we sure we couldn't just, you know, lie to him? We got the key from Manana. That's really the only thing that you would have to, like, cross-reference. What do I know about Kim's history? Not much. I can't ask him very much. Fan socializing? When's the last time I've socialized? I enjoyed our little aces high, aces low moment with Kim.
Yes?
This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place have turned green from sea air, and there's a knocker shaped like a lion's head. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't hear any movement. In fact, it's oddly silent in the yard around you. No birds chirp. You knock
I guess no one is in?
You're pretty sure the owner of the apartment isn't here. It's safe-ish.
Lieutenant, what's your opinion of this task we're undertaking?
Let's be honest. This isn't what I joined the RCM for, but every day tells you something new about yourself. Apparently, working with the local union boss to get info on an investigation is not something I'm squeamish about.
So you don't mind if I unlock the door?
If the Merc Tribunal happens before we solve this, we are looking at casualties. What's one unlocked door compared to that? On the other hand, we could just leave and tell Evrard we opened the door. No one seems to be tailing us to see if we actually did it.
Lie to Evrard, that's also an option?
Yes. Presenting a fabrication is known to get results here and there. You took this task. You make the call.
The door is right here. You can just open it and be done with this.
True, but I like lying. But for now, we'll have to save that. I have 0 psyche? Yeah, but you know what else I have? 4 drama. And drama is all about lying. Because I have 4 drama. It's cool for undercover cops and psychopaths. And I am one of these things. Anyways. That's for another time. Perhaps tomorrow. Maybe I'll play Yakuza tomorrow. Maybe I'll play some more of this. Who knows? But for now, goodbye, chat. Have a good one.